meeting of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll of members.
The honorable officers and members of the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Vice Chairperson, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay. Representative Virginel G. Biron, MD. Senator Christopher Bong T. Go.
Present.
Senator Lauren Legarda. Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta. Representative Lani Mercado Revilla. Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos. Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino. Members, Senator Francis Cheese G. Escudero. Representative Albert S. Garcia. Representative Greg G. Gasataya. Senator Lisa Ontiveros. Representative Oscar Oka G. Malapitan. Senator Amy R. Marcos. Senator Grace Poe. Representative Jordine Jesus M. Romualdo. Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria. Senator Cynthia A. Villar. Our ex-officio members, Vice Chairperson, Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader, Representative Luis Raymond Ellier F. Villafuerte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Minority Floor Leader, Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Assistant Minority Floor Leader, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel.
Present.
The chairperson is present.
Saka hindi ako nadinig.
Senator Cynthia Villar is present.
Thank you. With 8 members present in person, including the chair, and 7 members present online, with a total of 15 members present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. The chair acknowledges the presence of Senators Nancy Binay and Risa Ontiveros, Vice Chair Congressman Monchinguico, Congressman Dante Marcoleta, Congressman Gay Padiernos, Congressman Malapitan, Congressman Sagarbaria, and those present online are Senator Bongo, Senator Cynthia Villar, Senator Marcos, Senator Amy Marcos, Congressman Johnny Pimentel, Congresswoman Lani Mercado Revilla, and Congressman Biron. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the meeting held on March 15, 2023, and to consider the same as approved.
Before that, before we act on the motion, I would like also to acknowledge Congressman Abet Garcia. There's a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting and consider the same as approved. Is there any objection? There being none, the reading of the minutes of the meeting held on March 15, 2023 is dispensed with, and the same is considered approved. Esteemed members of the Commission on Appointments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This morning, the body will consider the nominations of the following 7 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs, all career AEPs, with one returning to the service after his retirement only last December 2022 as a political nominee designate AEP to Oman, Raul Hernandez. Namely, number 1, Henry Sikat Bensurto Jr., Chief of Mission Class 1, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Turkey, with concurrent jurisdiction over Georgia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Number 2, Raul Salavaria Hernandez, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Sultanate of Oman, with the salary and emoluments of Chief of Mission Class 1. Number 3, Renato Pedro Oabel Villa, Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with concurrent jurisdiction of the Republic over the Republic of Yemen. Number 4, Carlos De Mexoreta, Chief of Mission Class 1 as Permanent Representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland. Number 5, Maria Angela Abrera Ponce, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to Malaysia. Number 6, Paul Raymond Pasion Cortez, Chief of Mission, Class 2, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Portuguese Republic, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Cabo Verde, the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, and the Republic of Angola. Number 7, Josel Francisco Ignacio, Chief of Mission, Class 2, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of India, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Democratic Republic of Nepal. This is the ninth and the last confirmation hearing of the Committee on Foreign Affairs before the first regular session of the 19th Congress goes into sine die adjournment. The chair of this committee is pleased to inform the body that as of the previous hearing last March 15, 2023, the Committee on Foreign Affairs has recommended and the Commission on Bank gave its consent to 45 nominations and confirmed 68 ad interim appointments of the following officials in the Foreign Service. Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary, Permanent Representative in Permanent Missions, total of 34. Chief of Mission 1, 7. Chief of Mission 2, 8. Career Minister 13, FSO 1, 18, FSO 2, 32, with a total of 113. Madam Secretary, please inform the body of the compliance of the jurisdictional requirements pursuant to the rules and other relevant information pertaining to the 7 nominations under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. On May 15 and 16, 2023, your Secretariat received the respective nominations of the 7 foreign affairs officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs under consideration today. Their nominations were duly referred on May 16, 2023 to the Committee on Foreign Affairs by the Commission Chairperson and Senate President Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri pursuant to Section 16, Chapter 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Likewise, Mr. Chairperson, Your Honors, the nominations under consideration were published on March 23, 2023 and May 18, 2023 in 2 newspapers of general circulation, the Manila Standard and the Manila Times. And on March 24, 2023 and May 17, 2023, it was broadcast over PTB4 pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. The nominees have each complied and submitted complete mandatory documentary requirements pursuant to Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. The Commission Secretariat has not received any opposition against any of the nominees under consideration today. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Secretary, please administer the oath to all the nominees.
May we request all the nominees to please rise and raise your right hands. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding? So help you God. Your response. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the nominees are now all under oath.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Who wants to go first?
Chair.
Majority Leader. Before that, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Senator Bongo, who is with us physically.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few questions to be asked to at least 3 of the officials before us today. I'd like to first call on Mr. Henry Sicad Bensurto Jr.
Ambassador Bensurto, you may take your
Good morning,
seat.
sir.
Magandang umaga po, sir.
Mr. Chair, in the notes provided to us by the Commission, Mr. Bensurto Jr. is one of the Philippines' leading experts on the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, the South China Sea, or what we refer to as the West Philippine Sea. Will you confirm that, sir?
I have knowledge of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, sir, to the extent that I did some works on the South China Sea or the West Philippine Sea, sir. Thank you.
Says here you are one of the leading experts of the country.
Perhaps that
You do not consider yourself as one of the experts?
in all humility, Your Honor, I think I have a good working knowledge on the law of the sea. As to whether I am a leading expert, I leave it up, Your Honor, to people. But I would, in my confidence, have a good working knowledge, Your Honor.
All right, we will accept that. Um, Considering your knowledge, if not expertise, of the UNCLOS and the issues surrounding our disputes in the South China Sea, uh, may I ask if you were one of those who prepared the Philippine Memorial in the permanent arbitration in The Hague? Were you one of them?
Thank you for the question, Your Honor. Yes, I did participate in that and was part of those who prepared the memorial together with the rest of the foreign legal counsels. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you
Your
for
Honor.
the answer. I I noticed that in the memorial, the preliminary drafts included some of the reliefs or remedies sought by the Philippine government from the Permanent Court of Arbitration. But later in the day, the reliefs or remedies were all eliminated, meaning to say they were removed from the petition or from the memorial. Why so?
Thank you, Your Honor, for the question. I think the case as it was evolving and as we were strategizing and as the situation develops, we also adapted to every changes in the situation. For example, on the matter of preliminary relief so that our officials would be allowed to bring food or provisions to our personnel in BRP Sierra Madre, we thought that we will put that even before we file the main case. But at the last minute, Your Honor, after due diligence and further discussion, we thought that in the context of how things were developing, it was better to go into the main case so that when the main case is finally decided, that matter will also be resolved, Your Honor. Thank you.
We noticed that, and eventually, what happened is that the Philippine petition became a strategic move to evade the question of territoriality, because I think it is the assumption of the legal panel by the Philippine government that the issue of territoriality or jurisdiction on territory is not within the province of the Court of Arbitration. That is very clear, sir.
Your Honor.
Okay. Ganito na lang. When the Philippine Memorial or petition finally removed all the reliefs and remedies, what did we ask the arbitral award then?
Thank you for the question, Your Honor. I think from the very beginning, as part of the conceptualization, from the very beginning, this is the question that we have to resolve is what is exactly the issue that we have to put forth to a tribunal. And from the very beginning, we know that we have to phrase the question correctly. If we phrase the question, who is the owner? Definitely there will be no jurisdiction because China did not want to participate. And this question would be outside the ambit of the law of the sea. And
Yes,
therefore,
yes, that was the understanding. The
Y-
question is, when we remove all the reliefs, the original reliefs or remedies that the Philippine government should ask from The Hague, what happened? It is as if that we filed a complaint without asking the court to do anything for us. Meaning to say, the complainant just filed the case, but the court is limited to just declaring something But because we did not ask for anything, let's say asking China to leave the occupied islands or rocks or shoals in the Spratlys, we did not ask anything from the court. So what happened then with our petition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the very beginning, we never considered asking the tribunal to decide on the matter of whether or not China or the Philippines own the feature. That was
Okay,
never
what
part.
did we ask?
What we asked, Your Honor, is number one, clarification on the matter of the 9-dash line, that from our perspective, there was no legal justification for the 9-dash line. Second, we requested the tribunal to clarify the characters of the features, whether or not those features in the Spratlys, they number anywhere between 95 to 295, whether or not these features, especially those that are large, are rocks, low tide elevations, or islands. And then third, the third part of that is whether there was a destruction of the marine environment.
Yes, that is correct. You ask only for clarifications. Nothing more and nothing less. That is why, even if we won the arbitration, the arbitral court didn't ask China to do anything. Like the arbitral court didn't ask China to leave the islands or the rocks that it occupies in the Spratlys, some of which are being claimed by the Philippines. Isn't it so?
Your Honor, not exactly. We did ask for specific, number one. It was very important to clarify the matter of the reed bank, whether or not it is a continental shelf for the Philippines, or is it part of the exclusive economic zone of the features. And that's why it's very, very critical to prove the character of the features, because if these features were naturally formed islands, and therefore they would be entitled to the maximum entitlement of 200 nautical
We
miles.
know that. Who occupies the reed bank now?
Your Honor, reed bank is completely a continental shelf.
Which country is now occupying the reed bank?
Reed bank is exclusively within the 200 nautical mile continental
You are not
shelf.
answering the question. I'm asking you which country is now occupying the reed bank?
The reason I answered that way, Your Honor, the Philippines, because it's below the water, Your Honor. You cannot have a structure in
Mr.
that.
Chair, the question is very simple.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Which
the
country
Philippines.
is now occupying the reed bank?
My apologies, Your Honor, the Philippines.
Which country are occupying some of the islands that are claimed by the Philippines, but the Philippines does not occupy them?
Under PD 5096, we claim that group of islands called Kalayaan Island Group. However, Your Honor, some of these features that we claim are not occupied by us. In summary, we occupy something like 9 features out of this group of features. China occupies something like 6. Vietnam occupies something like 26 to 27, Your Honor.
No. China is occupying some 20 islands. Vietnam is occupying some 20 islands. China 14, Malaysia 4, Philippines about 6. Ang pinag-uusapan kasi natin ganito, kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng problema. Some of the islands occupied by China in the Spratlys are within the exclusive economic zone of the country, our country. Because China occupies some of those islands, and under public international law, they are entitled to territorial sea and their own EEZ. It happens that the EEZ of that island occupied of China intersects our own exclusive economic zone. Hindi ba?
Prior to arbitration, that may be correct. With the arbitration, Your Honor, that has been clarified. And that's why there was a very explicit categorical ruling on the part of the tribunal specifically saying that reed bank is exclusively ours. In fact, it even went to the extent of castigating China that they should not harass our vessels in reed
I
bank.
am not talking about the Reed Bank anymore. Yung sinasabi ko, an island occupied by China, which is within the exclusive economic zone of our country, intersects or overlaps with that entitlement of its own economic zone. Ganito yun eh. China occupies one island, and because it occupies one island, it enjoys the territorial sea and the EEZ of that island it occupies. Tama.
Nor, Your Honor, because the tribunal declared that none of the features were islands. In fact, including the biggest one, Ituaba, is just a rock. That being the case, under Article 121 of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, a rock will only be entitled to 12 nautical miles. And the low tide elevation, including Mischief Reef and Ayungin Shoal, are low tide elevations and therefore are not territorial questions, but they definitively belong to the continental shelf exclusively of the Philippines. That being the case, Your Honor, the previous overlap in the past between EEZs supposedly, theoretically, no longer existed, principally because none of the features in the Spratlys project 200 nautical miles. Thank you, Your Honor.
Alam mo, hindi tayo magkakaintindihan pagka gano'n na sagot mo eh. The arbitral award even clarified that the ownership of China in those islands did not change their status as occupant in those islands. Ganito yun eh. Siyang nag-occupy and we cannot ask them to leave. Kaya ko pinipilit ito because the impression is that because we won in the arbitral we won in the arbitration, in the China versus Philippine arbitration. Nanalo tayo. Ang buong akala ng mga kababayan natin, pinaalis ang China do sa ino-occupy na mga islands in the Spratlys. That did not happen. You have to clarify this.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the question. If I may, regardless of who the owners of the features, and this is what the tribunal said, regardless of who owns the features, those features, regardless of who the owner is, will only be entitled to 12 nautical miles at the most if it is a rock. That being the case, none of the features, regardless of who the owners are, which is beyond the jurisdiction of the tribunal, because they are only entitled to 12 nautical miles, there is no possibility of overlap between exclusive economic zones, because in that situation, only the Philippine archipelago projected from the Philippine archipelago features are entitled to 200 nautical miles. The features in the Spratlys, none of them, Your Honor, anywhere between 95 to 295, including the largest of them, Ituaba, is not an island, are only rocks at the most, and that being the case, will only be entitled to 12 nautical miles. The consequence of that ruling, therefore, is there's no possibility of overlap. This allowed, therefore, the tribunal to make a very categorical rulings, very specific, Your Honor, in the reed bank, which, by the way, before the arbitration, China was saying it's part of the disputed area, was no longer disputed. Thank you.
Okay, even assuming that you are correct that it has no EEC, but under public international law, if it is an island, it is entitled to two things, the 12 nautical miles and its own economic zones. Palagay mo, tama ka. What about the 12 nautical miles? Suppose China is occupying that island. China can enjoy the 12 nautical miles sea surrounding that island, isn't it?
If it is a rock, Your Honor, it will be entitled to 12
Sinasabi ko
nautical
na
miles.
nga, island nga siya eh.
Your Honor, the reason I'm very specific in the use of terms, because if I mention it island, definitely it will be entitled to 200. The reason I'm mentioning rock is to be more specific and technical.
Okay, it's a rock, so it's entitled to 12 nautical miles. O supposing China, as an occupant of that rock, which is entitled to 12 nautical miles, ipinarada niya yung kanyang mga vessels doon. And the 12 nautical miles overlaps with the Philippines' exclusive economic zone. Tama? Kasi nandun siya sa 12 nautical miles eh. This is now the problem because ang sabi natin, ang China, nandun siya sa ating exclusive economic zone. But, hindi natin siya pwedeng paalisin because as occupant of that rock or feature, nandun siya sa 12 nautical miles. Tama?
Your
Tama o
Honor,
hindi?
yes,
Yun na nga
with
eh.
respect to that,
Ito yung problema nga natin. Kailangang maipaliwanag natin kasi ang mga kababayan natin nakukonfuse. Nandun siya sa exclusive economic zone natin, sabi nila. Totoo naman yun eh. But China is within the 12 nautical miles nung ating exclusive economic zone. Kaya yun ang problema. Kailangan ninyong may paliwanag mabuti ito. Ngayon, itong arbitral award did not say anything for China to do. Ang pinag-uusapan natin, yung occupancy niya. China claims most of the islands. Tayo nagka-claim din. Vietnam also claims. Malaysia also has a claim. Taiwan has a claim. There is no world body who will adjudicate kung sino talagang may-ari. So ito ngayon yung problema natin. Tama?
may I explain, Your Honor?
Tama ba?
Okay. With respect to those rocks, yes, because the sovereignty over those rocks were never an issue before the arbitral tribunal. That being the case, the implication is that whoever is the de facto possessor at the moment, you maintain that status quo. So
That
in
is the
sense-
status. Hindi natin siya mapapaalis because the arbitral award didn't say that China lead those rocks or features. Tama?
To that extent, you are correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chair, yung Saudi Arabia ambassador, a few questions on it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Before
before
we
we leave the
call on
ambassador,
the other nominees, I think Senator Risa.
yes,
some
please, also
last
for
questions.
Ambassador Bensurto, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po, Ambassador.
Po, ma'am.
Yes. So moving forward, Mr. Ambassador, also noting that country after country, parami ng parami yung bilang na kumikilala ng ating tagumpay sa Hague Tribunal. Most recently, a whole formation of NATO. What steps can be taken to ensure the wider recognition as an international norm of our victory in the West Philippine Sea arbitration, and perhaps, hopefully, its eventual implementation? So, what steps can be taken to ensure that wider and wider recognition as an international norm?
Thank you, Your Honor, for the question. I think it's very important for us to tell the world what exactly was the ruling. And it is very important for the international community to understand the legal and political implications of the ruling. If I may be more specific in that, in the past, whereas more than 500,000 square kilometers of Philippine exclusive economic zone and another more than 500,000 square kilometers of continental shelf, that's about 1 million square kilometers of continental shelf and exclusive economic zone. Most of these now are no longer disputed because of the ruling. What used to be a large area of disputed is now just limited to something like 13,000 square kilometers. 13,000 square kilometers out of 1 million square kilometers. What that means, therefore, is that it clarified the exclusive economic zone of the littoral countries. By that, I am referring to the Philippines, Malaysia, Brunei, Indonesia, and Vietnam. That being affirmed, the freedom of navigation is also affirmed. And therefore, what we have to tell the world is the wide range, far-reaching implications of the South China Sea, that it is more than a bilateral issue between the Philippines and China. The implication is far-reaching in terms of the South China Sea, with more than a third of global trade passing through. Some authors even put it at 60% of total global trade. And therefore, the implications of that ruling includes both the littoral state that I mentioned, the user states in terms of those countries that uses the South China Sea. But more than that, Your Honor, is the concept or the context of rule of law. That after World War II, Your Honor, international relations have been galvanized and has kept the peace based on rule of law, and it is rule of law that it is the tie that binds all of us in a community of nations. I think that message should be put forward to the international community so that the international community can understand the issue as more than a bilateral, but something that also has implications in the peace and security on a global basis, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ambassador. So we are talking here of peace and security more assured in a larger part of the planet based on the rule of law. At saka, interesting din po, in terms of magnitudes or proportions, hindi lang mathematically, but geopolitically as well, significant na 1 million square kilometers of the ocean in our region is no longer disputed compared with the remaining 13,000 square kilometers. And again, hindi lang po yan usapin ng mathematica o arithmetic, but geopolitically, it really means a lot for the peoples of our region and the peoples of the whole planet. Hindi lang tayo mga Pilipino. So it's a very important message that our country can share with the rest of the world. Yun po yung isang understanding ko sa binahagi nyo sa amin. Salamat, Ambassador. Now, in light of China's continuing gray zone and salami slicing tactics in the West Philippine Sea, what measures can the Philippines take to protect our national interests and assert our rights? Are there diplomatic or legal or other strategies within that space that can be employed to address these challenges?
Thank you, Your Honor, for the question. I just want to make a disclaimer at the very outset because I'm not part of the policy making at the moment in terms of that issue is concerned. And therefore, the opinion or the comments that I will put forward are principally my own opinion, and that which is based on my previous engagement on the South China Sea. To answer your question, Your Honor, I would rather look at it contextually this way. I will have to look at my toolbox, Your Honor, and see what are the tools available to me. And therefore, once I know what are the tools available to me, and those tools could mean multilateral, it could be bilateral, it could be internationalization, it could be minimum credible defense. What I'm saying, Your Honor, is that I have to be creative and apply those tools or a mix of policy tools in every given situation with a clear objective of what exactly we want to achieve. Obviously, everything will have to be within the parameters of peaceful settlement, and we have to therefore, in that context, see what is the appropriate tool that we can calibrate at any given moment of time. And I will not disregard any or either of those tools, but we'll simply have to understand how to calibrate and which tool would be appropriate at any given time. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think the image of a toolbox is very useful, very helpful. Kahit po sa aming nagtatrabaho in that policy-making space that you referred to at the very start. And I appreciate yung sinabi niyong may iba't ibang tools talaga that used maybe in different calibrations at different moments can better in any given moment advance and protect our national interest, and including through cooperation between the executive and the legislature, and of course, including in terms of cooperation among the different interested parties, tayo mga bansang nandirito, and the rest of the world, the other formations, the other naval powers na interesado din sa rules-based approach dito sa conflicts na to. Mr. Chair, my last question for the Ambassador. Given, yun na nga po, the complex nature of the West Philippine Sea issues, the dispute, how can the Philippines effectively engage with other nations, particularly those with vested interests as well in the region, to garner support for our stance and ensure that that rule of law you mentioned prevails?
Thank you, Your Honor, for the question. I think in deciding what to do here, we have to first and foremost look first at our own national interest because at every given time, that would be the fundamental core principle that we have to take into account. But having said national interest, it's not enough that we mention national interest in its abstract concept. There has to be an effort on the part both of the executive and the legislative to somehow operationalize that in the context of the South China Sea. And what that means, therefore, is we have to have specific objectives at the end of the day. And once we are able to clarify ourselves exactly what we want to do there, then we can now think of the roadmap or the strategy on how to calibrate certain tools in order to achieve those objectives. Once we're able to do that, we can put in the timeline and milestones in terms of what we want to achieve at a certain given time, all leading to the final objective or the goal that we have set for ourselves. And in that context, Your Honor, the internationalization or the ability to engage the international community is just one of the tools. It's not the end of everything, but rather is a means and a tool that we have to take into account in relation to our national interest. What that means, therefore, Your Honor, there has to be a real discussion, engagement among all the concerned agencies to come up with those concrete policy steps. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ambassador. But of course, yung uh, engagement with other nations, maybe also in certain moments, it may be the parang primus inter pares among our tools. And given nga how, not just how complex the dispute is in the West Philippine or the whole South China Sea, literally and figuratively fluid, napaka importante po talaga. And of course, we have to presume na yung ibang mga bansa, iba't iba, they're also looking at their own toolboxes and figuring out how to use them. Sometimes in a more friendly way with us, sometimes less so. Pero, and that's where we count on the diplomatic corps to advise us ano yung best policy positions to take given yung what you, the diplomatic corps, can put into the problem solving at any moment. How we can identify common interests among the different national interests at any point in time to achieve that desired not end state kasi nga fluid for eternity na siguro. But in our time and in the time of the generation of our children, the generation of our grandchildren, something hopefully that's getting better and better over time. So maraming salamat po, Ambassador. Mr. Chair, I think the Ambassador would like to make another
Thank
point.
you, Your Honor, for your comments. I completely agree with your observation. I think the events in the last 10 years have shown us how small the world is as a community, that when there is a situation on one part of the globe, that obviously will have implications on the other parts of the world. And so many years ago in 2011, when we first broke into the international scene within ASEAN and told the world essentially that what is at stake in the South China Sea is the concept of rule of law. We were telling the world that this is something that is of your interest because this is the tie that binds all of us in a community of nations. And when this very core principle of international law is broken in this part of the world, it will have implications on the other parts of the world. We are now seeing the implications of that as we look at the situation in Ukraine. And so just to put a period on that, Madam Chair, I completely agree that we don't live as an island alone, but we live in a community. Living in a community means we have to be able to interact, interrelate, engage, dialogue with other countries as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Salamat po, Ambassador. Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Before I call on Senator Go, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Greg Gasataya and Congressman J.J. Romualdo. Senator Bongo, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, meron lang akong ililinawin kasi masyadong general lang sagot mo eh. Medyo malinaw-linaw na ng konti, pinalabo mo pa eh. Halimbawa, yung Scarborough Shoal, Panatag Shoal or Scarborough Shoal is now occupied by China. So it is entitled to 12 nautical miles, correct?
You're correct, Your Honor.
And China is legally positioning some of its vessels in its 12 nautical miles. Correct? Kung maglagay siya ng vessels doon, pwede niyang gawin because it occupies Scarborough Shoal.
Your Honor, with all due respect, Your Honor, and your indulgence, that China can do what it thinks is right on Scarborough.
Whatever it pleases, pwede siya maglagay ng barko ng because it is entitled to 12 nautical miles as it occupies that particular island. Tama?
I did not use the word legally, Your Honor, because we claim that area, and therefore I would be hesitant to use legally, because what is legal?
Are you saying that China cannot legally occupy or enjoy the 12 nautical miles of the Scarborough Shoal?
Our position, Your Honor, is that they don't, because we also claim that, and they actually took it. by
No.
force.
In public international law, anyone which occupies an island enjoys the 12 nautical miles and also the separate exclusive economic zone. That is plain fact and simple.
Honor, again, with all due respect, they may have a de facto possession, but they don't have the de jure right over that place, and that's.
Mr.
the
Ben
reason-
Soto, we're not talking here of de facto and de jure. What is factual is that China is the occupant of the Scarborough Shoal. And under public international law, anyone who occupies that can enjoy the maritime rights surrounding that island. This is basic. So kung yung mga barko niya nandun do sa 12 nautical miles, which happens to intersect with our exclusive economic zone, doon nagkakaroon tayo ng problema. Now you're talking about toolboxes. What does Article 123 of UNCLOS say about the South China Sea?
Article 123 or 121 of UNCLOS?
123.
Because 121 is the more appropriate article, Your Honor, because it speaks of the three kinds or classes of features or islands, quote unquote. The first category is the naturally formed islands, which if they are.
But I am not talking about 123. Why are you insisting that? 121. I'm talking about 123. Are you familiar with that?
Your Honor, with all humility, I am not aware at the moment of Article 123, but usually it's Article 110. But I understand your point, Your Honor, but we never look at 123 because we don't see the significance of that in
You do
relation.
not see the significance of Article 123 of the UNCLOS. 123 says about the kind of sea. It talks about an enclosed or semi-enclosed sea. The South China Sea is a semi-enclosed sea. What is the significance of that? Hindi mo alam.
Insofar as a semi-enclosed sea, Your Honor, South China Sea is a semi-enclosed. sea.
Yes, what is the significance of that?
The
Kasi we're talking of the toolbox. Kasi kung deliberately in-ignore ninyo yan, you're ignoring most important tool in your toolbox. Kasi sinasabi dyan, if it is a semi-enclosed sea, the coastal estates surrounding that maritime area should cooperate, should collaborate, or coordinate in the exploration, exploitation, management, and blah, blah, blah of the resources in that particular sea. So we can maximize that. Isa sa magandang toolbox sana yung naisip ko na dapat yun ang ipurso ninyo. Even the arbitral award says something about the Scarborough Shoal, sabi nung award, is a traditional fishing ground for China, the Philippines, and even Vietnam. What is the significance of that in your toolbox? If it is held by the arbitral award as a fishing ground, then we can pursue that particular concept. You can shift the concept from talking about sovereignty, which is held by the state, or talking about private rights, which is traditional fishing rights. Wala sana tayong problema sa fishermen if you pursue that. That is one of those important tools in your toolbox. Is it correct?
Thank you for that question.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I
Sige.
clarify on that.
Okay na yun. Kailangan maklarify natin para hindi tayo nagkakaroon ng problema.
The first point, Your Honor, in a semi-enclosed sea in relation to Part 9.
Tapos na.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes, Senator Risa.
I just want to maybe not pose a question to the ambassador, but raise a point, something that I'm wondering about. At hindi ko po hinahanap masettle ngayon, but just to think aloud about it bilang member ng legislature. Maybe something na pwede namin hinga ng guidance sa inyo sa diplomatic corps moving forward. Perhaps in the sea as much as on land, possession is not ownership. I don't believe that might is right. Gusto ko rin po ng rule of law. Hindi po ako abogado. I'm not a lawyer, but I'm interested in rule of law. And siguro kung one literally sea change sa international relations was the formation of the United Nations, arguably sea change din yung ating victory sa Hague Tribunal. Siguro nung panahon pa lang ng gunboat diplomacy, might was right. You know, you could steam into ano bang bay doon sa Japan and threaten her with your gunboats, and you usher in a new era in that country. So ngayon tuloy dahil sa interpellations napaiisip nga ako, oo nga, kung meron na tayong karapatan recognized by the tribunal, recognized by more and more countries, recognized by more and more regional formations around the world, kahit pa may ibang mga bansa dyan who occupy rocks, non-islands, sa kinilalang exclusive economic zone natin sa West Philippine Sea. I don't know, it makes me wonder. Baka lalong nagsosolidify na though they occupied that, though they claim they possess it under some numbered line, but the right belongs with our country. And I'm also trying to figure out how over time, not just in law, but in reality on the ground or on the water, ma-uphold yon. Na yung mayroong exclusive economic zone, kahit pa may mga pockets of areas generated by mere rocks, by earlier military actions by those other nations, eventually, kaya ko, dun sa unang tanong ko, I talked about eventual implementation, eventually ma-uphold yung karapatan natin, as we are prepared to do in the areas that are their exclusive economic zones. So, hindi tayo manghihimasok sa kanila, mag-occupy ng rock nila, and then to generate kung anumang area within their parts of the ocean. So just thinking aloud, Ambassador, and moving forward, hoping na hindi lang tayo, all countries, China, all the other countries in the South China Sea, magkaroon ng clarity at understanding at mutual respect dyan. Salamat, Ambassador. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Senator Risa. Senator Bongo, you have the floor.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. As Vice Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, just want to manifest for the record that I support the Department of Foreign Affairs. The DFA plays a crucial role in representing the interests of the Philippines on the global stage, protecting the welfare of Filipino citizens, and advancing our nation's diplomatic objectives. The employees of the DFA are the backbone of a very critical work. Alam niyo po yun. In fact, Mr. Chair, I filed in the Senate Bill 1706, or the proposed Foreign Retirement and Disability Benefits Act. Bill pa po ito. If enacted into law, this will not only benefit the newly retired DFA officers and employees, but also those who retired prior to the effectivity of the act, since the measure is retroactive. At itong proposal na ito ay galing po sa inyo. This bill seeks to increase the monthly pension and disability benefits of retirees of the Department of Foreign Affairs to be at par with the current pay scale enjoyed by those in active service. We're also providing survivorship benefits to qualified dependents. This is a testament of support to the DFA. Sabi ko nga, kahit bill pa lang po ito, sana po'y masuportahan po ito ng mga kasamahan ko sa Kongreso, sa Senado. Always po akong full support sa ating mga foreign affairs officials and employees, including ambassadors and consuls. Having said that, Mr. Chair, in the interest of advancing the rights and welfare of our countrymen abroad, I would like to propound some questions to our appointees today para po ito sa kapakanan ng ating mga OFWs na nagsasakripisyo sa ibang bansa at napakahirap pong mapalayo sa ating pamilya. Hindi po nababayaran ng kahit ano yung lungkot na mapalayo sa ating mga pamilya. Kaya kailangan lang po nila magtrabaho sa abroad dahil may padala po sila sa kanilang mga pamilya. My general questions to our ambassadors would be, kaya nyo bang ipaglaban ang kapakanan ng mga Pilipino abroad, lalong-lalo na po yung mga OFWs? Willing ba kayo na ibigay po ang number ninyo para makontak kayo ng mga kababayan natin kung saan man kayo ma-appoint? 24 hours on call ba kayo? Approachable ba kayo? O reachable? Lalo na po sa mga ordinaryong kababayan natin na nasa ibang bansa, napaka-importante po ang public relations sa public service. Dapat po bukas ang ating opisina sa mga ordinaryong Pilipino o sa mga OFWs, lalo na po yung mga kababayan nating walang matakbuhan, yung mga helpless, hopeless, na minsan po'y nananawagan na lang sa Facebook, sa radyo, at walang matakbuhan. Alam ko naman po at alam nyo na hindi po kayo pumunta sa abroad para mamasyal at asikusuhin lang po yung mga bisita. Kung hindi, dapat po'y bukas po ang inyong opisina para sa ordinaryong mamamayang Pilipino at yung mga OFWs natin na wala pong matakbuhan kundi tayo nasa gobyerno. Yun lang po ang aking paalala. Full support naman po ako parati dito sa inyo, sa ambassadors, consuls, down sa mga kinukumpirma rito. Meron lang po akong mga konting katanungan po tungkol dito sa Turkey, Georgia at Azerbaijan. After the recent earthquake, ilan po ba sa mga OFW na naiwan sa Turkey? How are we helping them cope with the tragedy? What are the steps being undertaken to assist our OFWs who were affected by the earthquake and for those who are residing there? At ano na po yung update sa mga repatriation efforts of our OFWs who wish to come home? Nakumpleto na po ba ito?
Thank you, Your Honor, for your questions. First, Your Honor, on behalf of my colleagues, we just want to confirm the mandate that you have just elaborated on. And we are with you, Your Honor, in terms of helping our kababayan. And this is not just a mandate, but from our perspective, this is something that is right. And therefore, we take this very seriously. With that, Your Honor, to your question with respect to the Filipinos in Turkey, indeed, many Filipinos, several families have been affected by the tragic earthquake in Turkey. The embassy had first, we sent a team to provide help to the country. About 80 of our rescuers, combined elements from various rescue institutions, went there to provide that help to Turkey. Second, in terms of our fellow Filipinos, we have something like 5,000 Filipinos in Turkey scattered all over, and some of them have been affected on the southern part. What we did, Your Honor, our embassy there went around and then gathered those who were directly impacted and allowed the embassy, in fact, even to house them and also got some houses as temporary shelters for our fellow Filipinos. And then from there, they kind of they took a survey of who would like to be repatriated, because not all of them, Your Honor, wanted to go home, but a large number of that had already been repatriated here back in the Philippines, Your Honor. And I suppose at some point in time when things get normalized, they may wish to go back again. But for those who have been left behind, Your Honor, we continue to provide shelter for them to the extent that we can. And as the Turkish government also provides housing now, slowly we make representations with the government of Turkey to also take into account the Filipinos who have been displaced by the earthquake. Thank you, Your Honor.
Salamat, Ambassador. Uh, what do you think is the most significant to you? What is the most significant geopolitical development affecting Turkey, Georgia, Azerbaijan, and what is this of primal importance to the Philippines? What is the effect of this to the Filipinos there? Assuming a worst case scenario, what would be your concrete recommendations in the event of civil strife or instability in Turkey? Do you have concrete experience in assistance to nationals or and crisis or humanitarian situations?
Thank you, Your Honor. If I may answer the last question first. In terms of my personal experience, my first experience as a junior officer was the floor contemplation. And I was part of that, meaning to say I went there when we broke our diplomatic relations, because we did. As a consequence of that incident, we broke diplomatic relations. And so we recalled all our diplomats, but we could not let the more than 200 Filipinos by themselves. And so it was still very important that we have representations, if only for the purpose of taking care of our Filipinos. And so I was there for about 6 months as a single officer to take care of the welfare of our more than 200 Filipinos.
Anong taon po yun nangyari yun?
I think this was sometime in 93 or 94, Your Honor.
Napanood ko yun sa pelikula. Nandun ka ba nun sa pelikula?
I was not part of the core officers at the embassy. I came in, Your Honor, as part of the DFA team that represented the DFA in the Gankaiko Commission. And so part of the team also to understand exactly what happened. And when we broke off diplomatic relations, it was decided by the secretary during that time that even if we don't have diplomatic relations, we cannot abandon the more than 200 Filipinos there. And so it became a policy, therefore, of the department at that time to send 2 officers, myself and the late Ambassador Licaros, to immediately proceed and take care of our Filipinos, Your Honor. And I must tell you that when I was there for the entire 6 months, it was 7 days and 24 hours. That was, and it was good that I was young because I was reporting as early as 6:30 and go home around 2 a.m. That was the rotation on a daily basis, Your Honor.
So, ibig sabihin na Ambassador, masipag po kayo. Ilang taon na ho kayo sa serbisyo? As a career po kayo, sir, no?
Yes, Your Honor. I've been with the department for about 30 years na po.
3 years. So, may papangako mo ba na approachable po kayo sa ating mga kababayan sa abroad, lalong-lalo na po sa mga ordinaryong mga Pilipino nandun?
I think this should not only be a matter of obligation, but every officer who goes out must take this to heart. It is something that it will have to be like a bit of our heart, and we must take this as a natural consequence, essentially, because if you don't love this job, it will be very, very difficult on our part. And so we have to love this job. We have to love our fellow kababayans. We have to love doing good for all of them. And we must be happy every time we are able to help them. Thank you.
Ambassador, can you make your answers briefly Kasi habang humahaba ang mga sagot mo, hahaba din yung mga tanong namin. At puyat na kami dito. Sige na.
May apologies, Mr. Chair.
Marami pa akong tanong, sir. Makapal po ito.
O, nakita mo na.
Second lang po ako kay Congressman Marcoleta, sir. What are the most significant cases against Filipinos in jail in Turkey po, sir, sa ngayon?
Your Honor, well, nothing of that significance, but if I may, yung mga ano lang po, yung mga illegal, undocumented. So when they don't have appropriate documentation, then they become a target for law enforcement. Outside of that po, hindi naman ganon for now. But as the number of Filipinos grow, that may be possible, Your Honor.
Salamat. Na-assign na po kayo doon before? Anong taon po?
This is my first po, Your Honor.
And ilang Filipino communities na po ang nasa Turkey ngayon, sir?
There are about 5,000 po, and about 400 of that are illegal, undocumented.
Undocumented.
Opo.
So yun lang po, matulungan natin sila. Lalong-lalo na yung mga mag-guided po sila ng maayos. Maraming salamat po. Balikan ko lang po mamaya yung iba.
Okay, maraming salamat. Thank you very much, Senator Bongo. Congressman J. Padiernos, you have any manifestation? No, tapos na.
Yung iba mamaya pa. Go ahead po. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, good morning, my distinguished colleagues in the commissions on appointment. Good morning. On behalf of GP Party List and myself, it is my honor to manifest my general support for the confirmation by this Honorable Commission of the nomination of all our DFA nominees, namely Maria Angela Abrera Ponce, Josel Francisco Ignacio, Henry Sikat Bensurto Jr., Paul Raymond Pasion Cortez, Carlos Daymek Soreta, Renato Pedro Oabel Villa, and at last but not the least, I'd like to give a special mention to one of my good friends. Marami po akong utang na loob dito sa tao na to. Napakagaling po nito. Ambassador Raul Salabaria Hernandez. Thank you for all of you for representing our country with pride and honor, your respective accomplishment, and ultimately, your diplomatic skills, strong work ethics, and dedication to service have resulted to each of you no earned your respectable and well-deserved positions within the Department of Foreign Affairs. Thus, it is my great honor that I manifest my support for the confirmation of the nomination of all DFA officials before us today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman GP. Congressman Johnny Pimentel. Wala na yata. Nakatulog. Congressman Pimentel, are you still with us? Okay, never mind. All right, you are now excused, Ambassador. Congressman Secretaria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to one question to Ambassador Bensuerto Jr. Ambassador, this is for my own personal consumption. Do you have an idea if there are some heirs of the Osman family who used to rule Turkey under the Ottoman Empire for the longest time? Are they still there? you have any knowledge?
I have a little knowledge, Your Honor. They are still there, and the descendants
Descendants,
are
yes.
still influential. But I think their influence has been not to the same level and extent as it was in the past, Your Honor. But they're still a very influential political family, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. And another, Mr. Chair, it's just a manifestation of full support to all the nominees, no, on the respected posts coming from the Department of Foreign Affairs. So that's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Garbaria. You are now excused, Ambassador Binsurto.
Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
May I
Thank
call
you, Your
on,
Honors.
May I call on Mr. Raul Salavaria Hernandez to take your, please take your designated seat. Oman muna. Are you now ready to respond to questions coming from this commission, Ambassador Hernandez?
Yes, Honorable
All right.
Chairman and Your Honors.
Any of the members who wishes to propound questions to the nominee? Senator Go? Okay. All right, you are now excused.
Thank you very much, sir.
May I call on Mr. Renato Pedro Abel Villa, Ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Are you now ready to answer questions coming from this body?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes,
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Any of the members who wish to ask questions?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Marcoleta?
Ambassador Bilia, will you please give us an update as to what happened to the claims for back wages of some 12,000 migrant Filipino workers? I think there was a pledge to pay them. The average payment ranges from 1,500 to 2,000 US dollars. And considering the 12,000 Filipino migrant workers were supposed to be paid, that will be about 1 billion pesos. We would like to receive updates, Mr. Ambassador, whether or not the payment of back wages has been done.
As of this time, Your Honor, it has not been affected, but when the Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman, and President Marcos met at the sidelines of APEC in Thailand, one of the pledges made by the Crown Prince is to pay the back wages of the Filipino workers because it has been pending since 2014. So arrangements has been made with the Minister of Labor of Saudi Arabia to effect the mechanism to pay in fact the pledge was 1 billion US dollars, Your Honor. So I hope to have a part of the of settling the back wages, Your Honor, when I will have the honor to be confirmed. Thank you.
So when was the pledge made?
During the meeting last year between President Marcos and the Crown
And it is
Prince.
only a pledge. Up to now, the payment has not been effected. Is that
Not
correct?
yet affected, but the mechanism, as I mentioned, to effect the payment is ongoing.
What is the status of that mechanism, Ambassador?
The Secretary Toots Ople went just recently to Saudi Arabia to start the talks with the concerned Saudi officials.
Mr. Ambassador, I think one way to pressure the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to make good that pledge is to tell them or to insinuate to their government that the Philippines is ready to withdraw its support for its potential hosting of the 30th World Expo. And in withdrawing that, we will probably shift our support to our ASEAN neighbor, South Korea, because I think Busan is also pushing to host the 30th World Expo. What do you say?
I think we should do this discreetly because it may
Bakit naman
May-
pa discreet pa eh? 1 billion ang kanilang pledge.
yes.
Kawawa yung mga migrant workers dahil ba tumiklop ang kanilang mga kumpanya, hindi nila babayaran ang pinagtrabahuan ng ating mga kababayan?
And we have another so-called pressure point to Saudi Arabia because they wish to be to have to accede to the ASEAN TAC, and so we can use this to sort of pressure them.
Kaya nga, the best pressure point, don't mince word anymore. Kailangan sabihin natin, babayaran mo ba o hindi, or we will withdraw our support. We will shift our support to South Korea instead. Alam ko naman, diplomat ka, you can do it diplomatically, but not discreetly. Kasi kailangan mabayaran po sila, Mr. Ambassador.
I will do my best, Your Honor.
Kasi naman, yung dati nating Secretary of Foreign Affairs, ngayon ay ambassador na yata sa United Kingdom. Eh bakit naman kasi sinabi niya kagad, we are voting for Saudi Arabia, we are rooting for Saudi Arabia to host the 30th World Expo. Can we change that? Can we withdraw that?
As I said, Your Honor, we have to take into consideration our national interest in the Middle East, primarily with Saudi Arabia, and it consists of the three O's. That is oil, overseas Filipino workers, where we have more than 830,000, and the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. So we
Kaya
must,
nga, you will have to do a very delicate balancing act.
yes,
And
Your Honor.
in balancing this, you should consider the 1 billion pesos pledged by no less than
The Crown Prince.
the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Ambassador, okay
Yes.
lang ba sa'yo yun?
We will do that, Your Honor. But as you mentioned, diplomatically.
Si Chairman, hindi nakikinig. Okay. Mr. Chair, wala na pong... Basta, Mr. Ambassador, diplomatically but forcefully. Pwede ba yun? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta, and I would like to acknowledge the presence of the Assistant Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joseph Victor Ejercito. Oh, doon ka na raw. Lipat na raw yung kapatid ko dyan.
Siyempre, blood is thicker than water. Ayaw mo
Congressman
naman
sa Garbaria, oh, lipat ka na rito.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ambassador, recently I read in the newspapers that Saudi Arabia will be needing no less than 1 million Filipino overseas workers. Can you confirm this?
In fact, during the meeting again between the President Marcos and the Crown Prince during the sidelines of the APEC in Thailand, the Crown Prince mentioned that they are building this humongous tech city, and they would need services of not 1 million, perhaps more than 500,000 Filipino technical or skilled workers. So, madadagdagan po yung ating mga OFW sa Saudi Arabia.
So meaning to say, as of now, wala pa yun. No? Not yet. It's not yet there. We are still in the process because that word that you use, humongous project that they are going into, has not started yet or has already been starting. But yeah, it has started already, and we are now deploying more or less overseas contract workers, no? In Saudi
May
Arabia.
groundbreaking na, Your Honor.
So has
So
this been disseminated to our people who would be interested to work in Saudi Arabia?
I think the Department of Migrant Workers
Is the one in charge
is
here.
the one in charge, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Sagarbaria. Any other members who, Senator Go?
Ambassador, what steps will you be sure to take to ensure that our OFWs are not treated like slaves by their foreign employers? Di ba na-assign po kayo sa Davao? Sa
Sa ngayon, sir, naka-assign po ako sa DFA Mindanao, Davao City.
So naririnig niyo po yung sinasabi ni former President Duterte about mga experiences po ng ating OFW sa Middle East. Are you aware? Narinig niyo po?
Napakinggan ko po si President Duterte.
So kaya nga tinatanong kita, ano po yung steps na gagawin niyo to ensure that our OFWs are not treated like slaves by their foreign employees? Are there safe houses provided for our OFWs who are abused? At what concrete steps will you take in order to address this issue?
Mula pa po nung na-assign ako sa yung first assignment ko sa Abu Dhabi, at ang aking binabanggit ko po sa Filipino community organizations, na bilang isa na ring 8 assistants to national officer, ay follow an open door policy. So kung sino man po ang mga distressed Filipino ay makakalapit po sa aking opisina. Kahit na po ako nag-ambassador na dun sa Kuwait, yun rin po ang sinabi ko na open door, any one of you can come to my office. And aking agad tutugunan ang mga pangangailangan nila.
So for the record po yan. Can you submit your action plan?
On behalf of the overseas Filipino workers, sir. Yes, sir. In fact, I have when I was assigned or designated as ambassador to Kuwait, and when I was there was a lot of problems regarding our domestic workers. So I have I made up a short paper on the steps to be taken to ensure their protection.
About ito pong mga OFWs natin sa death row, can you kindly provide this committee with the most recent statistics or an estimate of the number of OFWs currently on death row?
Ang alam ko lang po yung sa Saudi Arabia, meron po tayong 5 death penalty cases, at all ano po ang kaso nila, murder, and nagkaroon na po ng final judgment. And so under Sharia law, ang ating final resort na lang is to plead with the family for forgiveness and for them to accept blood money. So we will continue our negotiations with the families of the victims.
Yan po ang naging issue, no? Meron po akong maalala na natulungan ko na yun nga, inobliga po siyang magbigay ng blood money. Pag mga ganitong cases, what are the measures and initiatives undertaken by the Department of Foreign Affairs to support and assist OFWs who face legal challenges or violations or cases?
Of course, meron po tayong legal assistance fund, and we provide the lawyer for the Filipinos. And ang isa pong challenge lang ay hindi po pwedeng mag-allocate ng blood money for payment of yung blood money for the victims na kukunin dun sa assistance to national fund. So we appeal to fellow kababayans na medyo may kaya to share in the payment of the blood money.
Meron po akong naalala na natulungan ko rin pong may nag-sponsor na isang Good Samaritan. Siya po nagbayad ng danyos, ng blood money. Ngayon, nakauwi na po yung kababayan nating OFW. At another case naman po yung sa Bahrain, no? Yung si Policarpio. Sino yung nagtatrabaho sa PPA? Ganun din po, nakasuhan. Nag-apilar po si dating Pangulong Duterte sa kanilang king na binaba po yung sentensya to life, and then nag-apila uli at nabigyan po siya ng pardon, nakauwi siya. Natulungan ko rin pong magtrabaho dito. Yun po yung sa Bahrain. Iba naman po yung tinulungan sa blood money. Anyway, are there partnerships or collaborations with legal organizations or pro bono services to ensure access to legal representation po?
Doon po sa Saudi Arabia ay wala pong gano'n na we can avail of pro bono services. So we have to assess yung mga qualification ng lawyers, yung kanilang track record. Kung maganda naman, I think meron na tayong nakuhang mga retainer doon sa Saudi Arabia, sir, to assist our OFWs in legal cases.
Ito naman po mga undocumented OFWs. Do we have the statistics of undocumented OFWs? Could you please furnish this committee the actual numbers for those undocumented OFWs who chose to return to the Philippines voluntarily or repatriated? Are there reintegration programs or initiatives available to help them reintegrate into society?
Tungkol po dun sa mga undocumented workers or runaway, we also face challenges in repatriating them. Gawa po nung tinatawag na kafala system or sponsorship system na namamayani sa Middle East, na kung hindi pumapayag yung previous or current employer na pauwiin sila o mag-file ng kaso yung employer na yon laban sa kahit manufactured case, sabihin nagnakaw, ay mabagal yung pagproseso po. Ngunit nakatutok po tayo, pati yung mga kinuha nating abogado para mapabilis yung pag-uwi nila.
Malik Darimbang pala, yun ang natulungan ko po sa Saudi Arabia na nakabangga ng Pakistani sa Saudi Arabia. Natulungan ko po ng blood money. Nakauwi na po siya. At iba naman yung sa Bahrain, si Aguinaldo. Yun po yung na-pardon po. Anyway, going back to your work, how does the Department of Foreign Affairs work with other government agencies for the protection of undocumented OFWs from potential abuse or maltreatment po?
Sa mga lugar na may maraming OFW, ay meron po tayong Philippine Overseas Labor Office na ngayon ay sakop na nga ng Department of Migrant Workers. At nagtutulungan tayo na sa kanila, meron tayong tinatawag na one country team approach para matutukan yung mga kaso nila.
Ito pong, babagitin ko na lang po, sir, no? Ito pong Department of Migrant Workers, ito po yung isinulong natin noong 18 Congress, pirmahan po ni dating Pangulong Duterte. Dahil napansin ko talaga noon, sir, walang isang departamentong nakatutok sa kanila. Minsan nananawagan po sa radyo, telebisyon, sa Facebook, humihingi ng tulong. Finally po, with the help of my fellow legislators po sa 18 Congress, naisabatas na po ito at meron na tayong isang departamento na para po sa ating mga migrant workers or OFWs o mga tinatawag nating mga modern day heroes. Para po ito sa kanila. Salamat po, Ambassador Villa.
Thank you, Senator Go. You're now excused, Ambassador
Dagang salamat po.
Villa. Next, may I call on Maria Angela Ponce. Ambassador to Malaysia.
Good morning,
Are you
Your
ready to
Honors.
answer questions from the body, Ambassador? Ambassador, are you ready to answer questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other members who wishes to ask questions? Uh, okay, you're now excused, Ambassador. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honors.
I would like to call on Ambassador Paul Raymond Pacion Cortez, Ambassador to the Portuguese Republic. Ready, Ambassador?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Any other members who wish to ask question? Ambassador Marcoleta.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask
Sorry,
the-
Congressman Marcoleta, I'm sorry.
What is the capital of Portugal, Ambassador?
Lisbon, Your Honor.
And Ferdinand Magellan is a Portuguese.
Yes, Your Honor.
He was the one who responsible for the rediscovery of our country under the flag of Spain.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pagka ba pumupunta ka ng Portugal, kailangan nakarating ka muna ng Madrid or hindi naman kailangan?
Hindi naman po kailangan.
Kasi si Chairman, pinatatanong niya ito eh. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta. Any other members of this body who wishes to ask question? You're now excused, Ambassador Cortez. Next in line is Ambassador Josel Francisco Ignacio, Ambassador to the Republic of India. Ready, Ambassador?
Magandang umaga po. Ready po. Handa po
Alright.
tayo. Magandang
Any
umaga.
members who wish to ask question? Good luck sa India.
Maraming salamat po, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
You're now excused.
Maraming salamat.
Last but not the least, Ambassador Carlos Soreta, permanent representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland. Ready, Ambassador?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Thank you.
Senator Risa is recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang umaga po, Ambassador. I just have one, or rather, a couple of policy questions about one topic. Ambassador, the Supreme Court earlier this year declared unconstitutional and void the joint marine seismic undertaking entered into by the Philippine National Oil Company, the China National Offshore Oil Corporation, and the Vietnam Oil and Gas Corporation, signed in 2005, involving an area in the South China Sea within the country's exclusive economic zone, covering 142,886 square kilometers. The court held that seismic surveying constituted exploration, as contemplated in Section 2, Article 12 of the 1987 Constitution, which provides that the exploration, development, and utilization of natural resources shall be under the full control and supervision of the state. The court also held that because the JMSU was neither a financial and technical assistance agreement nor a service contract, it did not comply with the requirements of the Constitution. To quote the Supreme Court, quote, "The JMSU is unconstitutional for allowing wholly owned foreign corporations to participate in the exploration of the country's natural resources without observing the safeguards provided in Section 2, Article 12 of the 1987 Constitution." Earlier this month, Ambassador, you stated that the Supreme Court's interpretation of national territory as used in the Constitution will negatively impact our country's exploration activities. You said that, and I quote, "It is generally accepted that EEZ is not national territory, but the Supreme Court has upheld the literal description of national territory, which ties our hands now to engage not only to be able to tap the resources with others, but has stopped us in the confidence building measure of building further cooperation, close quote. You were also of the opinion, Ambassador, that the decision would have the effect of excluding us from cooperating with other countries to benefit from the energy resources in disputed territory, saying, quote, it has far-reaching implications. Based on the Supreme Court decision, other countries can now go into cooperative endeavors and exclude us. And the irony there is it is because of that decision, close quote. So just to clarify your position, Ambassador, are you saying that Section 2, Article 12 of the 1987 Constitution does not apply to our EEZ?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, what I was saying, yes, we have filed an appeal. The government has filed an appeal. So essentially, we are disputing the decision, ma'am. And so it is pending now.
Yes, I'm not trying to violate any sub judice rule, but just in your opinion as our ambassador, are you saying that in our EEZ, this particular section of our constitution does not apply?
What I was saying is that based on a 2011 Supreme Court decision, Magallona versus Executive Secretary, the attempt to harmonize our obligations under UNCLOS and our Constitution there was a landmark decision that said that we must respect our international obligations and interpret in such a way that it harmonizes with our Constitution. The EEZ concept in our Constitution, when it was included by the drafters of the Constitution, it's not an abstract concept they just plucked from the air. They took it from the UNCLOS, and their intent was to institutionalize it in the Constitution. But what happened was they interpreted the EEZ as national territory. And in Article 1, that's the way they interpreted it. And Article 1 defines it for the whole Constitution. So every time EEZ is mentioned, it has to refer to that definition. What we're trying to do is allow us the UNCLOS definition, which is not a territorial approach. Literally, Article 12, Section 2 does say, if you read it by itself, that it should be total control, as if it's territory. But we are disputing that because the strategy has been since the 90s was to build cooperation and confidence in the region so that we can achieve an atmosphere where we can one day sit down and discuss our differences. So we starting in 92, cooperating in what's called non-resource-based cooperation. So marine safety, environment, transnational crimes in the South China Sea, search and rescue. And then by 2005, we felt that it's the right time. At that time, conflict wasn't as hot as it is now. We felt that it was the time that we could move on to resource-based cooperation, hopefully to avoid the situation we have now where the tensions are very high because of the hardening of positions of all sides. So that was the strategy. We hope to continue that, Mr. Chair, because the flip side of cooperation is conflict and confrontation. So we were trying to develop this sense of trust and understanding and confidence and cooperation in the South China Sea. And so that strategy was a bit was thrown off track. So we're hoping that our motion for reconsideration would succeed and we would be allowed to work with others in disputed areas to show that we can cooperate. And then one day sit down and talk about settling issues in a longer and more meaningful manner.
Honestly, Ambassador, I'm not yet sure if I wish you luck in the case because it's really a very important question you have put to the Supreme Court. Siyempre po siguro yung mga resource-based cooperation or resource-based relationships, whatever the tenor, maybe by nature will really be more complicated and potentially conflictual than non-resource-based cooperation. And I also wonder if hindi kaya yung, or did it not seem to you or to government when it filed the case na yung tagumpay natin sa Hague Tribunal would have clarified this question, maybe validating the constitutional mandate on this question of EEC and national territory. But just for the record, just so I understand clearly what you're saying, Ambassador. So you're saying that Section 2 of the Constitution should not apply to the EEZ. Is that what the case is saying?
We are saying that if it's the arbitration we're talking about, the arbitration says that area is EEZ. It's not national territory. If you use the arbitration as basis for argument as to Article 12, Section 2, it's EEZ. It's not national territory, and therefore it's not to be treated as absolute control, the same way we would have over land or the territorial sea. Yes, ma'am, you point out a good point. The arbitration says this is, and that's why it's so important. The arbitration actually lays the basis for the countries to finally agree. The arbitration says this is the definition of your entitlements, depending on how you count it from your baselines, and there will be overlaps, and it's up to us to try to discuss and delimit it. There are no land features that should be generating EEZs in that area. The most would be territorial sea. But then that's the basis for negotiation. It lays the legal principles for one day we might be able to sit down like in other places in the world where we can delimit our differences.
I don't know if you are being an ultimate diplomat right now, but I somehow sense that you're evading the question or evading answering it directly. If there were two goods being given to the Philippines, if the Constitution says this is EEZ, and if in the interpretation of government, the arbitrary ruling is saying something else or something less, kami as legislators, kayo as diplomats, shouldn't we reach for the higher good, that which gives us more rights, that which also gives us siguro more leverage, even in these resource-based cooperations we are trying to forge? What
I
do you
will not
think po?
dispute your position, ma'am.
Thank you, Ambassador. And well, I'm guessing the answer is yes, but just to ask, so does the case embody the official position of the DFA? Is it DFA's official position that Section 2 of the Constitution should not apply to our EEZ?
We believe it should be applied in a way that's consistent with our UNCLOS obligations. And that's why we have appealed them.
In situations where it might seem that what the Constitution mandates and what the UNCLOS gives or is able to give, for us Filipinos, which one, as Filipinos and also as members of the international community, yung sinasabi po ninyong lahat, community of shared values, which one has precedence? Or to which do we most appeal in the end?
There's always a temptation when you see something in constitutions that gives us more, then we should go for it. But the realization is that the more that the Constitution included was a misappreciation of the definition of a EEZ under UNCLOS. And the temptation for most countries is always to maximize its interests, as China is doing. It's a massive area claim. If we interpret Article 1 of the Constitution as national territory that includes EEZ, it is also a massive area claim, which we are not agreeing to based on the arbitration decision. We have to follow UNCLOS, ma'am. So it's a bit of a compromise. And like I said, the decision in 2011, it's a landmark decision, excellently written by Justice Carpio. It showed that we can have both worlds. We can have, we gave up Treaty of Paris, for example, in that decision by going full UNCLOS. We have given up certain internal waters, which are now archipelagic waters, which is in the Constitution. It says the waters around and between islands, regardless of length and breadth, are internal waters. But under that decision, it's now just pockets of internal waters. The rest are archipelagic. I believe that was a wonderful way to approach, to harmonize with international law, what may have been written in the Constitution without doing violence to the language. It's really looking to the intent of the drafters. And I believe the drafters wanted to enshrine our benefits we got from the UNCLOS, including the EEZ, but then they felt that they considered it national territory, when under UNCLOS it's just that we have exclusive sovereign rights over the resources. Our national territory wasn't necessarily extended 200 nautical miles.
Speaking of Justice Carpio, ironically, Ambassador, I think he disagrees with what the case is asking the Supreme Court to rule. But in any case po, I guess it's natural that, kasi speaking about different national interests being advanced by different countries, syempre, siguro yung pinakamataas na expression ng bawat sambayan nandun sa kani-kanya mga konstitusyon. And maybe international bodies like the UN and conventions like the UNCLOS will always or may probably always seem less than what each country's constitution claims. Kasi nga baka it's an attempt of many countries together to seek a golden mean. And well, okay, na-file nyo na yung kaso. I wonder if that question couldn't have been better resolved maybe in some genuine constitutional reform process down the road. Or if finally China gets out of the way of the formation of a code of conduct in the South China Sea, or collaborates in a multilateral process there instead of insisting on many piecemeal bilateral processes. But in any case, thank you very much for taking my questions. The case filed is very curious, to say the least, and very, very interesting, I think, important. Salamat po, Ambassador. Salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Congressman Marcoleta.
Ambassador, did the framers of the Constitution contemplate that our EEZ and territorial sea are parts of our national territory?
Yes, Your Honor, based on the records.
Is it their assumption that we have to fight for this as part of our territory? Yung EEZ and National Territorial Sea. The territorial sea is 12 nautical miles, and the EEZ is about 200 nautical miles from the baseline. Yun po ba yung pagkakaintindi ng framers of the Constitution na these are parts of our national territory?
Yes, sir. It's stated in Article 1 of the Constitution.
Okay. But considering, as you have stated, our obligations on several treaties and international arrangements, UNCLOS being one, there is a necessity for us to harmonize our constitution and domestic law with that of public international law. That's correct.
I believe so, Your Honor, and it was upheld in a Supreme Court case.
Yes, as a matter of fact, if I recall, correct me if I'm wrong, I think former Justice Carpio filed a complaint in the International Court of Justice complaining that Chinese vessels are within the national territory of the Philippines. And the ICJ seems to have rebuked Justice Carpio because he was told that the territorial sea and the exclusive economic zones are not part of the country's national territory. Do you recall that?
No, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Kasi under international law talaga naman, I think this is an accepted principle that EEC and territorial sea are only maritime rights, and they do not comprise the territory of the state. Do you agree?
The up to the territorial sea, sir. It's a national territory under international law.
Let me be clear about that. The maritime zones are ganito kasi, no? The islands, the waters within the islands of the Philippine archipelago are internal waters. Correct?
Under the Constitution, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, and 12 miles beyond the baseline is the territorial sea. And another 12 miles from the territorial sea, or 24 nautical miles, is what do you call that?
Contiguous zone.
Contiguous zones. And 200 miles away from the baseline is the exclusive economic zones. Paano ngayon po yung kanina we were discussing about Article 123 of the UNCLOS. Sinasabi po kasi doon, I think you can use that as a legal ground also. In our claim and in your appeal, probably the Supreme Court might have misinterpreted that there is a violation of our national territory if we agree to explore the vast resources of the South China Sea with other countries. Can you at least refer to Article 123 as one among the grounds that you can use to pursue the appeal with the Supreme Court?
Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, that's 123 during the negotiations UNCLOS was brought about because of the complex situations of some countries where the coastlines enclose a particular sea, and the overlaps are so complicated that it's better to try to cooperate rather than to fight over the overlaps. So it's a mandate to negotiate, to work out a solution that could benefit everyone. Yes, sir. 123 could be a strategic option.
Thank you. I think you can utilize that as one of the legal grounds with which to pursue our interest in the South China Sea, aside from the traditional fishing grounds as we have raised earlier. Ambassador, there's another last question. This representation is curious why we have already a permanent representative to the United Nations stationed in New York in the persons of Ambassador Antonio Lagdameo Sr. But we have another permanent representative of the United Nations in Geneva in your person, Ambassador. Can you please tell us the basic difference in your functions between the one posted in New York and your function in Geneva?
Thank you, Your Honor. The United Nations created 4 headquarters, New York, Geneva, Vienna, and Nairobi. The last 3 are handling sectoral issues. The one in New York is the one handling everything from the General Assembly to the Security Council issues.
Okay.
So, for example, Nairobi focuses on environment, Vienna focuses on international crime, on drugs, on nuclear and peaceful uses of nuclear energy. Geneva handles human rights, humanitarian law, disaster risk reduction, intellectual property.
We cannot
And
reduce.
WHO rin po. Sorry.
We cannot reduce the, let's say, let us uphold the one in New York and the one in Geneva, because the two are, we believe, are sufficient enough to discharge all the functions as required under our obligations with the United Nations. Can we do that? Or we can hardly do that?
There was a time when things were simpler, sir, when in a bipolar world, but today the issues are
More complicated.
far more complicated, sir. And
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta. Senator Risa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to bring some clarity to a point that was discussed earlier. Kasi po, in relation to the questions I raised to the good ambassador, I've been started reading more about the case and also about Justice Carpio, who penned that landmark decision of 2011. And I came upon this Vera Files fact check. By Vera Files, August 2021, an international court did not scold Carpio on WPS issue. So it was fact checked that Justice Carpio, who has been cited by most people around the table in relation to the West Philippine Sea issues, was not rebuked. There is a YouTube channel that's peddling that claim that an international court berated retired Supreme Court Associate Justice Antonio Carpio for stating wrong information about the West Philippine Sea. No such event happened. Just for the record, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Risa. All right, you're now excused.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sir, few
Senator Bo.
questions lang po. Ambassador Carlos Sureta, nabanggit rin po ni ang colleague natin dito si Senator Alan Peter. Trabaho po kayo before at magaling po raw kayo na diplomat, no? How can your experience at the UN, US and Russia help in your work in Geneva? Na-assign po kayo before sa Russia, sir?
Ang last posting ko po 6 years as ambassador to Russia. Concurrently 3 years in Ukraine.
And what will be your priorities po dito sa ngayon pag na-confirm po kayo?
One of the issues that faced me when I was in Russia was the sudden increase in the number of Filipino workers. My first year it was 2,000. By the time I left, it was over 10,000, and 90% were undocumented. The UN in Geneva is ground zero for the International Organization for Migration, who helps everyone to try to regularize their stay. I think that would be one of the priorities to empower the IOM to deal more with the receiving states to ensure the rights of our overseas workers, sir.
Salamat, Pastor.
Thank you, Senator Go. Congressman Vico.
Mr. Chair, to all members of the CA and to the 7 honorable ambassadors of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Allow me to express my full support for the confirmation of the appointees before us as Philippine ambassadors to the countries of Malaysia, India, Oman, Turkey, Portugal, Saudi Arabia, including a permanent representative to the United Nations. As such, my support comes from the knowing that the appointees will not disappoint with their extensive experience and historic achievements serving as a solid proof. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your manifestation. You are now excused, Ambassador
Thank you,
Sureta.
Mr. Chair.
At this juncture, the chair would like to have a minute suspension. Hereby resumed. Ano pangalan to? Before that, I would like to recall back Ambassador Cortez. Please take your your designated seat. Ambassador Cortez, I just browsed on your the briefer sent to us by the CA. You were discovered by the talent scouts from Viva Films.
Sir, in my previous life, yes, I was a.
You're a singer?
it's before, sir.
Can you render us a song before we confirm you?
What song do you want to hear?
Martin Rivera.
Ah,
I think you're sabi nakalagay dito.
oo.
You
One
want-
stanza, sir.
Ano na?
Maski one stanza po.
Yeah, kahit one sentence lang.
Okay. Be my lady. Come to me and take my hand and be my lady. Truly, I must let you know that I'm in love with you. All I want is you, how I need you. So please.
Be my lady. All right,
Thank
thank
you
you
po.
very much.
Itula mo na lang, Chair.
Ah, thank you very much. At least may light moments tayo. Okay, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that the committee recommend to the plenary for the commission to give its consent for the nominations of the 7 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs as listed in the agenda. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to recommend to the plenary for the commission to give its consent to the nominations of the 7 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs, namely Henry Sikat Bensurto Jr. As Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Turkey with concurrent jurisdiction over Georgia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Number 2, Raul Salavaria Hernandez, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Sultanate of Oman with the salary and emoluments of Chief of Mission Class 1. Number 3, Renato Pedro Oabel Villa, Chief of Mission Class 1 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia with concurrent jurisdiction of the Republic of Yemen. Number 4, Carlos De Mexoreta, Chief of Mission Class 1 as Permanent Representative of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland. Number 5, Maria Angela Abrera Ponce, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to Malaysia. Number 6, Raul Raymond Pasion Cortez, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Portuguese Republic with concurrent jurisdiction of the Republic of Cabo Verde, the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, the Democratic Republic of South Tome and Principe, and the Republic of Angola. Number 7, Josel Francisco Ignacio, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of India with concurrent jurisdiction over the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the nominations of the 7 aforementioned nominees of the Department of Foreign Affairs officials are hereby recommended to the plenary session for approval. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there being no matters to discuss, I move to adjourn this meeting.
On motion of the Majority Floor Leader, Senator Ejercito and duly seconded, there being no objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned.
Good morning, honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the generals and senior officers of the Armed Forces, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The 8th meeting of the Committee on National Defense of the Commission on Appointments in the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The honorable officers and members of the Committee on National Defense. Vice Chairperson, Senator Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Senator Francis Chis G. Escudero, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Senator Christopher Bong T. Go, Representative Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Senator Amy Marcos, Representative Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Representative Johnny T. Pimentel, Senator Francis Tol N. Tolentino. Members, Representative Virginal G. Biron, MD, Representative Albert S. Garcia, Representative Greg G. Gasataya, Senator Risa Ontiveros, Senator Lauren Legarda, Representative Lani Mercado Revilla, Senator Grace Poe, Representative Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Senator Cynthia A. Villar, ex officio members, Vice Chairperson, Representative Ramon N. Guico Jr., Majority Floor Leader, Representative Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr., Assistant Majority Floor Leader, Senator Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Assistant Majority Floor Leader, Representative Rodante D. Marcoleta, Minority Floor Leader, Senator Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano. The chairperson is present.
Thank you, ma'am. With 10 members present in person, including the chair, and 5 members present online, with a total of 15 members present, the existence of a quorum is hereby declared. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move to defer the reading of the minutes of the previous meetings held on May 23 and 24, 2020, and consider the same as approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion being seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is hereby approved. Again, good morning, the honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning again. Today, your committee is tasked to deliberate on the ad interim appointments of the 86 general and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines that were submitted to the committee's jurisdiction for its consideration. Officers, please stand up as your name is called. Romel S. Valencia to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Melchor Domingo P. Albarracin to the rank of Colonel, Dental Service. Cyril P. Dawatin to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Samuel C. Nadala Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Janet V. Lorena to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Alan Edgar B. Orbeto to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. James Francis P. Lugto to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Aldrin A. Gakusan to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Julien B. Dolor to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Rene H. Sevilla to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Claro M. Tamayo Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Dennis Romel R. Hindang to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Maribel B. Manangbao to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Harold V. Hernando to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Ben C. Domingo III to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Marites L. Agliam to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Hostito Jasper M. Pixon to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ronald M. Pasqua to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Alan Angelo C. Tolentino to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy, Marines. John Paul David S. Trajano to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Villamor B. Costales Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Christian James P. Vigno to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Arnold L. Gasalatan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Virginia N. Ang to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Abdel Halim H. Sakilan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Albert C. Flores to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Raimundo C. Picot Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Allen Van L. Estrella to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Benjo F. Negranza to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Roldidin Chris A. Sergio to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Randy C. Hapitana to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Clyde B. Domingo to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Dexter P. Diego to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Alexander P. Balurin to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Mac Shuen M. Karingal to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Richard B. Sumera to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Anselmo A. T. II to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Glenn S. Piquero to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Jose Mari J. Sardeng to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Leopoldo E. Acerden IV, rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Crisanto J. Naing to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Emerson V. Sumilang to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Maynard S. Kabungkal to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy with a waiver of personal appearance, Your Honors. Tino P. Maslan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy, Marines. Steve C. Murata to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Antonio V. Borton to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Reynaldo S. Galang to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Tante D. Angagaw, the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Julito P. Garay to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ariel B. Kalahi to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Bernard F. Pelobello to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ali A. Alejo to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Noli P. Kanashiro to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Joseph C. Galvez to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Juni J. R. Businos to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Franco Rafael H. Alano to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Melgival B. Hilao to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Juan C. Celebrado to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy with a waiver of personal appearance, Your Honors. James S. Ramon Jr. to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Alfred C. Sarmiento to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Jetoni Luke D. De Quiros to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Joe Boy D. Kindipan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Milanio E. Sumera to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Archie A. Aris to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Joseph D. Alejo to the rank of Colonel, Corps of Professors, Reserve. Hernane D.C. Lanes to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Mark Anthony B. Fernandez to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force with a waiver of personal appearance, Your Honors. Renante D. Besa to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Omar Fritzkan S. Alpa to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Jeric A. Doliente to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Windel Frederick T. Rebong to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ermelino T. Calubiran Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force with a waiver of personal appearance, Your Honors. Leo E. Katipay to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Arthur P. Tugade to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force, Reserve. Where is he? Oh, there. Morning, sir. Antonio C. Rota Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General. Maria Dolores M. Lim to the rank of Brigadier General. Encarnita Olivia A. Perez to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Aldrin S. Anani to the rank of Brigadier General. Michelle B. Anairon Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General. Donald M. Gumiran to the rank of Brigadier General. Fernando M. Reyes to the rank of Major General. Benjamin L. Howe to the rank of Brigadier General with waiver of personal appearance, Your Honors. Ferdinand P. Barandon to the rank of Major General. Manaros M. Boransing II to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Erwin Victoriano A. Machica III to the rank of Brigadier General with waiver of personal appearance, Your Honors. And Erwin A. Alea to the rank of Brigadier General. Madam Secretary, kindly report on the jurisdictional requirements and other pertinent information relative to their ad interim appointments in compliance with the new rules of the Commission and the rules of the standing committees. Madam Secretary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. The ad interim appointments of 86 general and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines dated March 23, April 4, and 13, 2023, under consideration today by the committee, were received by the Commission Secretariat on April 11, 17, and 20, 2023, and were forthwith referred to the Committee on National Defense by the Senate President and CA Chairperson Juan Miguel Migs F. Zubiri pursuant to Section 16, Chapters 5 of the new rules of the Commission. Likewise, on various dates, said 86 ad interim appointments were published in two newspapers of general circulation, the Manila Times and Manila Standard, and broadcast over PTV4, pursuant to Section 2, Article 2 of the Rules of the Standing Committees. All the appointees have complied with the submission of the mandatory documentary requirements as provided in Section 24, Chapter 6 of the new rules of the Commission. Yesterday, the CA Secretariat received two letters from the Deputy Chief of Staff for Personnel J1, Brigadier General Romel P. Roldan, addressed to the committee chairman, Representative Romualdo, requesting for the waiver of personal appearances of the following. 1. Brigadier General Benjamin L. Lahau, who has an official activity from May 31 to June 12, 2023, as the head of Philippine Army's pre-delivery inspection team to conduct inspections of various critical ordnance items at Vietnam and Bulgaria. 2. Colonel Mark Anthony B. Fernandez, who is currently a student officer, Korean Language Course, National Security Course in South Korea. 3. Captain Juan E. Celebrado, who is currently a student of Master's Degree of Social Science in Defense Course 43-2023 at the Malaysian Armed Forces Defense College in Malaysia. 4. Colonel Hermilino T. Calubiran Jr., who is currently the Assistant Defense and Armed Forces Attaché to China. 5. Captain Maynard S. Kabungkal, who tested positive for COVID-19 virus. In lieu of his personal appearance, Captain Kabungkal will join the meeting via video conferencing. And 6. Brigadier General Erwin Victoriano A. Machica III, who is one of the delegates who will attend the Executive Committee meeting of the Philippine-United States Mutual Defense Board, Security Engagement Board, to be conducted on June 1 to 2, 2023 at the Indo-Pacific Command Headquarters, Camp Smith, Hawaii, USA. Due to the effect of Super Typhoon Mawar on Guam, USA, their itinerary and original schedule to leave late in the evening today was rescheduled to 2 p.m. Members of this committee were furnished copies of the letters, and the same were uploaded on the online database platform of the Commission. There was no opposition filed against any of the appointees under consideration today. That is all, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move that the letters requesting for the waiver of appearances of the aforementioned officers be approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is hereby approved. For the information of the body, Captain Kabungkal is present online. Madam Secretary, please administer the oath to all the appointees present, including Captain Kabungkal, who is present online.
Please stand and raise your right hands. May we request Captain Kabungkal to turn on his microphone? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding, so help you God? Captain Kabungkal? Hindi mo. Oh. Please raise your right hand. Captain Kabungkal? Ano yun? Did he say? Please, yes, may we request again?
Wala pa rin siya.
Oh. Please, Captain Kabungkal, please stand. May we request you to please stand up and raise your right hand? Mhm. Again, yes, okay. Please, please raise your right hand, Captain Kabungkal. Yeah. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this proceeding, so help you God? Response.
I swear the
Please
truth,
say,
but
I
nothing but
do.
truth.
Oh, I do.
I do,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the no appointees, nominees are now all under oath. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Snappy. Galing. Um, May we now call on Major General Fernando M. Reyeg. General, sir, the most senior among the appointees under consideration today. Please take the seat in front, sir. You may give your opening statement, General Reyeg, if you have any in behalf of the AFP for confirmation today.
Your Honors, good afternoon. I am Major General Fernando M. Reyeg, Philippine Army. I am currently the Deputy Chief of Staff for Operations J3 of the AFP. I am a member of PMA Class 1991. And on behalf of the 85 other general and senior officers with me, we are humbled to appear before this august body for your consideration, Your Honors.
Thank you, General. The floor is now open for inquiries if there is any from the members. Manifestation. Yes, Representative Sagarbaria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would just like to manifest my support to Christian James P. Vigno to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. He's a co-Siliman yan, Star and Siliman, which is my alma mater, and we have the principles of what we call the Via Veritas Vita, the way, the truth, and the life. So that recommendation stands, Mr. Chair. And also to the 86 ad interim appointments of generals and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sagarbaria. Yes, Senator Nancy Binay. Ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a manifestation of support. I would like to manifest my support for the appointments of Colonel Tino Maslan and Colonel Hermelino Calubiran Jr. Alam niyo po, Mr. Chairman, sila po ay naging bahagi ng aming pamilya nung sila po ay nagsilbi bilang aide ng aking ama nung siya po ay Vice President. Kaya alam ko po ang kanilang dedikasyon para po sa ating bayan. With that, I fully support all our appointees this morning. Thank you. Especially the two, Colonel Paslan and Colonel Kalupiran. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Nancy Binay. Honorable Representative Greg Gasataya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I also like to manifest my support for the confirmation of the appointment of Army Colonel Christian James Perez Vigno, who was born in Bacolod City and is a native of Cabangcalan City, Negros Occidental, Honorable Chair. So I'd like to manifest my support for his unblemished military service reputation as well as his record, and also to the entire 86 appointees, Honorable Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Gasataya. Our Vice Chairman, Committee on National Defense, Commission Appointments, Vice Chairman, Senator Christopher Bongo. Sir.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair. my distinguished colleagues, as Vice Chair of the Committee on National Defense, let me make of record my full and unwavering support. Isa-isahin ko na lang po, Senator Binay. Bihira lang po tayong merong pagkakataon na mapasalamatan po ang ating mga sundalo na nagsasakripisyo po para sa ating mga kababayan. At salamat po, Major General Fernando Rieg, ang ating J3, Major General Ferdinand Barandon, J2, Brigadier General Edwin Alea, Brigadier General Michelle Anayron, 403rd Infantry Brigade Commander, Brigadier General Donald Gumiran, 602nd Infantry Brigade, Brigadier General Aldrin Anani, Wing Commander po ng 250th Presidential Air Wing. Nakatrabaho ko rin po nung panahon ni dating Pangulong Duterte. Colonel Emerson Sumilang, Colonel Leo Katipay, Commandant ng Artillery Training School, Colonel Bernard Pelobelio, Colonel Glenn Piquero, Group Commander ng TOG 2, Colonel Ali Alejo, U9 Visayas Command, Colonel Virginia Ang, CEO po ng Headquarters Service Battalion, Aviation Regiment, Colonel Omar Fridscan Alpa, TOG 11 sa Davao, Colonel Hermilino Kalubiran, Colonel Jetoni Lux De Quiros, Colonel Villamor Costales, Group Commander po ng 430th Aircraft Maintenance 5th Fighter Wing, Colonel Nori Kanashiro, Acting Group Commander ng 11th Regional Community Defense Group sa Davao rin po, Navy Captain Julian Dolor, but of course, no, I give my unconditional and unwavering support to former Secretary of Transportation, Colonel Arthur Tugade. Sir, ikaw ba yan? Sir, tayo ka muna, sir. Minsan lang kitang patayuin, sir. You have my full support and I admire your dedication to public service. Alam ko na 9 years mo pong pinaghirapan. Habang nagsisilbi ka rin po as a civilian, 3 years sa CDC at 6 years sa DOTR, bukod sa mga ginawa mo as an appointed official, hinahanapan mo talaga ng panahon para pagdaanan ang proseso ng pagiging full colonel. Ang tanong ko lang po, pwede pa lang ma-promote ang 77 years old na po. Pero alam nyo, kahit lampas na po siya ng 77, even though his hands were full sa past positions niya, nag-commit siya, nag-training at gumawa ng thesis. Saludo po ako sa iyo, sir. Salamat po sa iyong buong pusong pagsiservisyo. Siya po ang isa sa mga main proponents po ng Bill program nung panahon ni dating Pangulong Duterte. Dapat hindi lang siya ma-promote bilang colonel, dapat general na po siya pagdating po sa public service. Alam niyo po, malaking ginhawa po sa ating mga kababayan yung ginawa niyong Build program at na maging part po ng administrasyon ni Pangulong Duterte. Masaya po tayong nakikita na yung kaginhawaan pong naibibigay po sa ating mga kababayan itong Build program. Salamat po, sir. At further, let me manifest my support and congratulations to Brigadier General Antonio Rota Jr., Brigadier General Benjamin Hao, Brigadier General Edwin Machica III, Colonel Romel Valencia, Colonel Melchor Albarracin, Colonel Cyril Dawaten, Colonel Samuel Nadala Jr., Colonel Alan Orbito, Colonel Rene Sevilla, Colonel Claro Tamayo Jr., Colonel Dennis Hindang, Colonel Harold Hernando, Colonel Ben Domingo, Colonel Justito Pexon, Colonel Alan Tolentino, Colonel John Paul Trajano, Colonel Christian Vigno, Colonel Arnold Gasalatan, Colonel Abdel Halim Sakilan, Colonel Albert Flores, Colonel Raimundo Picot Jr., Colonel Allen Estrera, Colonel Maxwell Karingal, Colonel Richard Sumera, Colonel Anselmo T. II, Colonel Jose Marie Sardeng, Colonel Leopoldo Acerden IV, Colonel Crisanto Naing, Colonel Tino Maslan, Navy Captain Benjo Negrenza, Navy Captain Roldilin Sergio, Navy Captain Randy Hapitana, Navy Captain Dexter Diego, may rin, ba kamag-anak siguro tayo. Colonel Navy Captain Alexander Balurin, Navy Captain Clyde Domingo. Dito ba siya? May rin, kamag-anak ko rin to. Navy Captain Hernane Lanes, Navy Captain Juan Celebrado, Navy Captain James Ramon Jr., Navy Captain Joseph Galvez, Navy Captain Steve Morata. Steve Morata? Parang naging, yung isang Morata na kamag-anak mo yon, naging aide ni Senator Villar yata noon. Naging aide camp rin ni former Speaker, Senate President Manny Villar Morata rin po. Navy Captain Maynard Kabungkal, and of course to our inspiring women in uniform, Brigadier General Maria Dolores Lim, Ma'am, Colonel Marites Agliam, Colonel Josephine Alejo, Colonel Janet Laurena, Colonel Maribel Manangbao, Colonel Encarnita Perez, Colonel Antonio Burton, Colonel Reynaldo Galang, Colonel Tante Angagaw, Colonel Julito Garay, Colonel Ariel Kalahi, Colonel Juni Busiños, Colonel Franco Alano, Colonel Melgeval Hilaw, Colonel Alfred Sarmiento, Colonel Joboy Kindipan, Colonel Melanio Sumera, Colonel Archie Ares, Colonel Mark Anthony Fernandez, Colonel Renante Besa, Colonel Jeric Doliente, Colonel Windel Ribong, Colonel Manaros Boransing, Navy Captain James Lugto, Navy Captain Aldrin Gakusan, Navy Captain Ronaldo Pascua. Ang inyong sakripisyo po at serbisyo sa ating bansa at para sa ating mga kababayan ay walang katulad mula pa noon, panahon ng Marawi, hanggang sa COVID-19. Kayo rin po yung mga frontliners. Maraming salamat po sa inyong serbisyo. Kami po ay nandirito lang po mula nung panahon ni Pangulong Duterte to support you hanggang ngayon. Full support po kami sa inyo. Maraming salamat po sa inyong serbisyo. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Our Vice Chairman, Committee on National Defense, Commission Appointments, Vice Chairman, Senator Christopher Bongo. Before we proceed, Senator Risa Ontiveros would like to propound some questions. A question, actually it's not a question, clarificatory question only for Major General Barandon. General Reyeg, please, your excuse. General Barandon, please. General Ferdi. Please sit down. Before you proceed, I would like to thank on behalf of Northern Mindanao, Fort ID, for making our region so peaceful, and you're being replaced by General Mitch Aniron. Thank you so much for the service, especially
very
for
much,
the
sir.
province of Camiguin. Anyway, actually it's clarificatory question. Your profile and investigation report, General, prepared by the CA's Appointments Review and Investigation Service reveals that record check with the CHR disclosed that the good general is a respondent in CHR case number CHR 10 X 2022-0377 filed by a Miss Fabricante in connection with actions the general took as then commander of the 403rd Infantry Brigade in Bukidnon. CHR directed the officer to file a verified response on May 19, May 2023. In compliance, a response was sent to CHR on 23rd May 2023. Can Major General Barandon briefly tell this committee what this case is all about and what his reply to the CHR complaint? General Barandon, please.
Thank you, sir. To the Honorable Chair and to the
honorable members of this august body, good afternoon. As a background, sir, that complaint arose from a, uh, a complaint coming from a certain Reservet Fabricante, an illegal settler that occupies illegally a portion of a military reservation in Camp Osito, Dibahian in Malaybalay City. He actually filed a complaint allegedly citing that I prevented her family from applying an electrical connection from the local electric cooperative. And that complaint actually specifically stated that I abused my authority as well as other complaints. And I got wind of that complaint when I applied a CHR or a Commission on Human Rights clearance. In response, sir, I submitted my affidavit denying her allegations that I was instrumental in preventing her from applying that electrical connection. And that affidavit was already submitted to CHR Region 10, sir.
Thank you, General Barandon.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Senator Risa. Thank you, sir. Your
you.
excuse.
Thank you, sir.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to recommend to the
Yeah.
plenary for the commission.
Yeah, before we
Amen.
recommend,
Sorry,
would like to hear from Representative Marcoleta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's still another one, a clarificatory question also. I find in the records, Mr. Chair, Assistant Majority Leader, that Colonel Janet Laurena her marriage with a certain Rizaldo and Lorena was declared null and void ab initio. May we please be apprised
Yes, Colonel
of the
Lorena,
case?
ma'am. Ma'am, anong province nga ang province mo?
I'm from Cavite City.
Kung anong kabalo mo ka magbisaya?
Hindi ako makabalo, sir.
Di ba kabalo? Sorry.
I was assigned in Mindanao. sir.
Okay. Thank you. Congressman, please proceed.
Colonel, I'm just curious to know that this your marriage with your previous husband was declared null and void ab initio, grounded on Section 35 of the Family Code, which is any of the two, bigamous or polygamous marriage. Sino po yung nagkaroon ng bigamous or polygamous marriage before you contracted this marriage? Kayo po ba o yung husband niyo?
No, sir, I'm not the one. But my former husband, sir.
Okay. Kailan po kayo ay kinasal?
At 2000,
2000, and your marriage was declared null and void in 2019.
2019, sir.
By the Regional Trial Court in Taguig. Tama po?
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
So, sino po yung nag-file ng petition?
Your Honor, ako po.
So, are we assuming that only after 19 years did you discover that your husband has contracted a previous marriage other than yours?
Actually, Your Honor, after the wedding.
Alam nyo na po na may asawa siyang iba.
After the wedding po, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Just after the wedding, doon nyo lang nalaman na meron siya palang dating naging asawa.
Yes po, sir.
But you still cohabited with him and nagkaroon kayo ng 3 anak.
Your Honor, yes, sir.
So despite the fact na nagkaroon kayo ng 3 anak, pinaanal mo pa rin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why did you wait for 19 years to have it annulled, considering that one day after your marriage, nalaman mo, meron palang sekreto yung asawa mo?
You will only know the person if uh, you will be together for a long time. But only to find out, and I realized that the incompatibility arises after a year, sir.
Meaning, kung naging compatible kayo, hindi mo siya pinaanal despite the fact na meron siyang ibang naging asawa.
Actually, that is my burden on my part. Actually, Your Honor, I always and every day thinking, what will I do? Do I need to do the right thing? Because we have our children to be protected, Your Honor.
Yan nga, it goes kasi on the kind of judgment that you will take. Dahil sana kung nalaman mo after 15 years, doon mo lang nalaman, medyo normal pa yun na doon ka magpapaanal. But immediately, one day after the marriage, nalaman mo, meron pala siyang ibang asawa. But you didn't mind it in the first place hanggang sa magkaroon kayo ng 3 anak.
Your Honor, I really mind it, sir. Every day I always think of it. Then I don't know, maybe that time I really need a good advisor.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm not going to belabor the issue. Gusto ko lang kasing malaman na kung kailan niya nalaman yung bigamous marriage. So it happened one day after pala, but she decided to continue the marriage thinking that she will find uh, him compatible. Ang nangyari, after 19 years, hindi pala kayo compatible, madam? Only after 19 years, tama?
No, Your Honor, not 19 years. I filed my annulment 2015.
And it was annulled in 2019.
Yes, Your Honor.
From then on, madam, wala ka nang, walang lumigaw na sa'yo.
Wala sir kasi I'm using the last name Lorena, but once my application from the change of surname from Lorena to Victorio, maybe that's right now I'm still using the Lorena name, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Marcoleta. Ma'am, your excuse.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There are no more inquiries on the part of the appointees or the nominees. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, since there are no more questions, I recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointments of the generals of 86 general and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion by the Majority Floor Leader to recommend to the plenary for the commission to confirm the ad interim appointments of 86 general and senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and being seconded without any objection, the same is hereby approved. Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, there being no matters to discuss, I move to adjourn this meeting.
Yeah, on motion of the Majority Floor Leader without any objection, the meeting is hereby adjourned. Congratulations.
The 21st plenary session of the Commission on Appointments and the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. May I call on, she'll be online, but I'll call on Senator Grace Poe to lead the chamber in prayer.
Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen. Panginoon, sa pagtatapos ng ikaunang sesyon ng ika-19 ng Kongreso, kami lubos na nagpapasalamat sa bawat biyaya at paggabay mo sa aming lahat. Inaalay namin ang aming mga ginagawa sa iyo at sa aming bayan. Gabayan po ninyo kami sa paghahanap ng kalutasan sa mga suliranin namin. Tulungan mo po kaming dinggin at tugunan ang bawat hinaing ng aming mga kababayan. Amen. Sa ngalan ng Ama, ng Anak, ng Espiritu Santo. Amen.
The Secretary will please call the roll of members. Oh, sorry. My apologies. I always forget the most important part of this meeting, to give homage to our flag and country. Be please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa higit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupi, di ka pasisihil. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bakaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na naglilingin, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhati pagsinta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Secretary, please call the roll of members.
The honorable members of the Commission on Appointments, Maria Lourdes Nancy S. Binay, Virginel G. Biron, Alan Peter Compañero S. Cayetano, Joseph Victor G. Ejercito, Francis Chis G. Escudero, Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Albert S. Garcia, Greg G. Gasataya, Christopher Bong T. Go, Ramon N. Guico Jr., Risa Ontiveros, Loren Legarda, Oscar Oka G. Malapitan, Rodante D. Marcoleta, Aimee R. Marcos, Lani Mercado Revilla, Jose Gay G. Padiernos, Johnny T. Pimentel, Grace Poe,
Present.
Jordin Jesus M. Romualdo, Manuel T. Sagarbaria, Francis Tol N. Tolentino, Luis Raymond L. Ray F. Villafuerte Jr., Cynthia A. Villar. The chairperson is present.
With 13 members of the Commission appointments present in person and 6 members present online with total membership of 19, the chair declares the presence of quorum. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I move to dispense with the reading of the journals of the plenary sessions held on 23 and 24 May 2020 and consider the same as approved. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on Foreign Affairs on the nomination of 7 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, the better one, be
And
recognized.
Kuya.
Senator Jinggoy Ejercito
Yes.
Estrada.
Yes. Sibling love. Our distinguished colleague from San Juan, Senator Jingo Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you to the Assistant Majority Floor Leader. The good one. Mr. President, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, this representation as your chairperson of the Committee on Foreign Affairs presided the very first public hearing of the CA for the 19th Congress last August 31, 2022. This morning, this representation presided one of the last public hearings of the Commission before the CNDA adjournment of the first regular session. We would like to recognize the work of our esteemed colleagues, their cooperation and active participation in our proceedings in vetting all appointments which pass through our committee. I would like to also recognize the tireless work of the CA Secretariat, the staff from the Committee Affairs, Technical Support Service, Investigation and Appointments Review, Data Bank and Library Service, Sergeant at Arms, and all others, especially the Secretary Mayra Villarica, who ably supported us in the performance of our constitutional mandate in scrutinizing the credentials of those who would occupy positions of power and influence in our national government. Thank you very much to all of you as you allowed your committee over the course of 9 months to approve a total of 113 appointments and promotions, including that of our top diplomat, the DFA Secretary. Without much further ado, it is my distinct privilege to sponsor before this august body the appointments of 7 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs as ambassadors, whom we all found to be fit and qualified after careful and rigorous deliberations, and to respectfully recommend that this body give its consent to the nominations of, number 1, Henry Sikad Bensurto Jr., Chief of Mission Class 1, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of Turkey with concurrent jurisdiction over Georgia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. He is a career senior diplomat with 38 years of foreign service, a lawyer and a teacher, and one of the country's leading experts on the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, or UNCLOS, who served as head of the DFA legal team on the West Philippine Sea issue and the critical member Philippine delegation to The Hague on the Philippine arbitration versus China and the South China Sea from 2013 up to 2016. He is presently the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Consular Affairs at the DFA Home Office. Number 2, Carlos Demek Soreta, Chief of Mission Class 1, as Permanent Representative of the Republic of the Philippines, the United Nations in Geneva, Switzerland. He is currently the DFA Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs and International Economic Relations. He also served as our ambassador to the Russian Federation and was Director General of the Foreign Service Institute. He was a member of the legal team on the West Philippine Sea and has been deployed as Deputy Permanent Representative at the Philippine Mission to the United Nations in New York and Deputy Chief of Mission at the Philippine Embassy in Washington, D.C. Number 3, Raul Salavaria Hernandez, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Sultanate of Oman, with the salary and emolument of Chief of Mission Class 1. He has been a public servant and respected diplomat for 29 years. We all recognize him in his previous capacities as Assistant Secretary for Legislative Liaison Unit and DFA spokesperson. He was our ambassador to the Republic of Korea from 2014 up to 2019 and ambassador to Turkey from 2019 to 2020. Number 4, Renato Pedro Oabel Villa, Chief of Mission Class 1, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Yemen. Since August 2021, he is Assistant Secretary, DFA Mindanao in Davao City. He earned the distinction of being the first overseas Filipino worker who became an ambassador upon his assumption as our ambassador to Kuwait from 2015 to 2018. He also served as Deputy Chief of Mission, Philippine Embassy, Washington, D.C., USA, until June of 2021. Number 5, Paul Raymond Pasion Cortez, Chief of Mission Class 2, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Portuguese Republic, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Republic of Cabo Verde, the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, the Democratic Republic of Sao Tome and Principe, and the Republic of Angola. Our Baguio City Board nominee is the DFA Assistant Secretary for Migrant Workers, who led the assistance to nationals operations, including the mass repatriations of OFWs during the pandemic and Filipinos in conflict areas. Prior to this assignment, he also served as Consul General in the Philippine Consulate General in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, and Director of the ASEAN Affairs in the Home Office. Number 6, Josel Francisco Ignacio, Chief of Mission Class 2 as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to the Republic of India, with concurrent jurisdiction over the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal. He is currently assigned at the Philippine Consulate General in Shanghai, People's Republic of China, as Consul General. He also served as Deputy Assistant Secretary and Executive Director of the Office of Asian and Pacific Affairs. He also held the positions of Minister and Head of Political Section in Philippine Embassy in Tokyo, Japan, and First Secretary and Consul in Philippine Embassy and Permanent Mission in Vienna, Austria. Last but not the least, Maria Angela Abrera Ponce, Chief of Mission Class 2, as Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary to Malaysia. She is DFA Assistant Secretary for Maritime and Ocean Affairs Office and currently the Senior Special Assistant to the Office of the Secretary. She was also Assistant Secretary for Treaties and Legal Affairs. She has been posted to Permanent Mission of the Philippines to the United Nations, New York, as Minister and Legal Advisor, and to the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, or UNESCO, as Deputy Permanent Delegate. Mr. President, as we observe the Flag Days from May 28 to June 12, it is my honor to recommend that this body give its consent to the nominations of the 7 career officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs as our newest ambassadors, who will be the flag bearers and representatives of the Philippine government in their respective overseas posts. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, before we act on the motion, our Vice Chair of the Commission would like to deliver his seconding speech. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of the great province of Pangasinan, Congressman Ramon Guico is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I am pleased to convey my support for the confirmation of the honorable ambassadors under consideration of the Commission on Appointments. As professionals who represent our republic in a foreign land, I anticipate your full dedication to maintain or uplift the good standing of the Philippines, promote goodwill, emanate Filipino values, and protect our fellow men. These are just my simple words as you embark on your country of destination. Therefore, let it be known that I second the confirmation of the 7 ambassadors under the Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Our co-chair, Senator JV, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we reiterate the earlier motion for the Commission to give its consent to the nominations of the aforementioned 7 officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs. I so move, Mr. Chair.
We have raised hands from Senator Bongo. Senator Go, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, as Vice Chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, I would like to second the motion to confirm the nominations of the officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Sa pagtupad ng inyong mga tungkulin, gawin ninyo lahat ng inyong makakaya to the best of your ability to uphold the rights and safety of our fellow Filipinos abroad. Our OFWs abroad must have direct access to you. Our ambassadors, dapat mas maramdaman ng ating mga kababayan sa abroad ang presensya ninyo, lalo na po sa panahon na sila po'y lubos na nangangailangan. Hindi na dapat pang dumaan sa social media, radyo, telebisyon at iba pang panawagan ng ating mga OFWs upang humingi po ng tulong. Our ambassador should always live and serve championing the rights, welfare, and interests of our OFWs, yung mga kababayan nating hopeless, helpless, at lalo na yung walang matakbuhan. This function of yours is, for me, more important than meeting with fellow dignitaries. Kayo po ang extension ng gobyernong ito sa host countries ninyo, kaya dapat ang serbisyo ninyo as head of post ay laging handa at walang pinipiling tao o oras. Ito lang ang aking simpleng pakiusap po sa inyo. Lagi ninyong uunahin ang kapakanan at interes ng ating mga kababayan, ating mga OFWs, our migrant workers, our modern day heroes. Pakinggan ninyo ang kanilang mga hinaing at sumaklolo kaagad sa kanila pag meron silang mga problema. As ambassadors, you carry the hopes and aspirations of our beloved country. We are placing our utmost trust and confidence in each and every one of you, believing that you will rise to the challenge and surpass expectations in your diplomatic endeavors. Congratulations po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you very much. Before I act on the motion of the majority floor leader, I'd like to also share the sentiments of Senator Bongo. My dear ambassadors, you are the face of the Filipino people abroad. When you meet with the dignitaries, potential investors, and even taking care of our OFWs, kayo po ang muka ng gobyerno at ng inang bayan. So I pray that you will do a great job. I know you will do a great job. Many of you have been ambassadors in the past or worked with or working very well with the DFA. And a special mention, I'd like to say this to Ambassador Bensurto Jr. I got a special call from Senator Franklin Velon, who loves you. I said you took care of him when he was in California, and he truly appreciates it. And to all the others I've worked before in many capacities in the different administrations in the past. So I wish you the best, Godspeed, and may God bless you more in life and protect you from any harm that may come upon you doing your job as ambassadors in these faraway lands. So mabuhay po kayo. Without further ado, the Commission hereby gives its consent to the nomination of the aforementioned 7 officials in the Department of Foreign Affairs. Congratulations. Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chair, may we now proceed to consider the recommendation of the Committee on National Defense on the ad interim appointments of the 86 general and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, I move that the chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, Representative Jordan Jesus Gigi Romualdo, be recognized.
Our distinguished gentleman from the beautiful island province of Camiguin, which I encourage everyone to visit, is recognized, Congressman J.J. Romualdo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. But before that, Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank very much our CA Secretariat, Attorney Myra Villarica, and to all honorable members of the Commission on Appointments. Daghan gyud kayong salamat for the support, especially for the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Commission on Appointments, again, good afternoon. This representation, as chairperson of the Committee on National Defense, presided over a public hearing this morning to deliberate on the 86 ad interim appointments of general and senior officers in the Armed Forces of the Philippines. Your committee, after deliberating on their qualifications and fitness during the public hearing, determined that they are fit and qualified to be promoted to the ranks where they are appointed, and therefore ruled to recommend to the plenary for the Commission to confirm the ad interim appointments of the following: Fernando M. Reyeg to the rank of Major General, Ferdinand T. Barandon to the rank of Major General. Aldrin S. Anani to the rank of Brigadier General. Michelle B. Anairon Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General. Benjamin L. Howe to the rank of Brigadier General with a waiver of personal appearance, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. Antonio C. Rota Jr. to the rank of Brigadier General. Donald M. Gumiran to the rank of Brigadier General. Erwin A. Alea to the rank of Brigadier General. Erwin Victoriano A. Machica III to the rank of Brigadier General with a waiver of personal appearance, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. Maria Dolores M. Lim to the rank of Brigadier General. Juni J. R. Bosiños to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Christian James P. Vigno to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Joboy D. Kendipan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Franco Rafael H. Alano to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ariel B. Kalahi to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Windel Frederick T. Rebong to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Manaros M. Buransing II to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Antonio V. Burton to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Renante D. Besa to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Abdel Halim H. Sakilan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Romel S. Valencia to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Bernard F. Pelobilio to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Albert C. Flores to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ben C. Domingo III to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Cyril P. Dawaten to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Ali A. Alejo to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Virginia N. Ang to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Marites L. Agliam to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Raimundo C. Picot Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Milanio E. Somera to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Velhival B. Hilao to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Emerson V. Sumilang to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Reynaldo S. Galang to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Noli P. Kanashiro to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Jasper Hostito M. Pexon to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Tante D. Angagaw to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Samuel C. Nadala Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Janet V. Laurena to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Archie A. Ares to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Arnold L. Gasalatan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Allen Van L. Estrera to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Leo E. Katipay to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Edgar Alan B. Orbito to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. Julito P. Garay to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Army. James Francis P. Lugto to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Hernane D. C. Lanes to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Aldrin A. Gakusan to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Benjo F. Negranza to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Juan E. Celebrado to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy with a waiver of personal appearance. Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. Roldidin Chris A. Sergio to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Julien B. Dolor to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Randy C. Hapitana to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Maynard S. Kabongka to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy with a waiver of personal appearance, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. Steve C. Murata to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Joseph C. Galvez to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Tino P. Maslan to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy Marines. Clyde B. Domingo to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Dexter P. Diego to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Ronaldo M. Pascua to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Alexander P. Balurin to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. James S. Ramon Jr. to the rank of Captain, Philippine Navy. Allen Angelo C. Tolentino to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Navy, Marines. Omar Fridskan S. Alpa to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Rene H. Sevilla to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Hermelino T. Calubiran Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force with waiver of personal appearance, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. Mark Anthony B. Fernandez to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force, also with waiver of personal appearance, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors. John Paul David S. Trajano to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Max Schwen M. Caringal to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Claro M. Tamayo Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Alfred C. Sarmiento to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Leopoldo E. Acerden IV to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Jeric A. Doliente to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Richard B. Somera to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Crisanto J. Naing to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Jetoni Luke D. De Quiros to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Anselmo A. T. II to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Villamor B. Costales Jr. to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Dennis Romel R. Hindang to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Maribel B. Manangbao to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Harold V. Hernando to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Glenn S. Piquero to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Jose Mari J. Sardeng to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force. Encarnita Olivia A. Perez to the rank of Colonel, Medical Corps. Melchor Domingo P. Albaracid to the rank of Colonel, Dental Service. Arthur P. Tugade to the rank of Colonel, Philippine Air Force Reserve. Josephine D. Alejo to the rank of Colonel, Corps of Professors Reserve. I so move, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. But before we recognize the Majority Leader, it's good to see familiar faces, particularly the former Secretary of the Department of Transportation. I was expecting him to join the Coast Guard. But I'm glad to see him here today. Congratulations, Colonel Tugade. Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Chair, before we act on the motion, there are a number of the members of the commission who would like to give their seconding speeches. The first would be our Vice Chair of the Commission, Congressman Monching. I move that he be
Our
recognized.
distinguished colleague, the Vice Chair of the Commission on Appointments, no other than Representative Ramon Monching is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I wish to acknowledge the military officers of the Department of National Defense present today and express my wholehearted support for their confirmation. Let me commend dagiti natutured nga soldado nga anak iti probinsya ti Pangasinan. Namely, Colonel Claro Balikdeb Tamayo Jr., Colonel Edgar Alan Bongolan Orbito, Colonel Elanio E.Y. Somera. I believe that they will act on the best interest of the country and in line with the social and moral obligations expected to them. I hereby second the confirmation of the 86 appointees under the Department of National Defense. Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat. Co-chairman.
Mr. Chair, the seconding speech of Senator Bongo, he asked that it be inserted to the records.
Yes, we take note of the motion of Senator Bongo.
Mr. Chair, may we reiterate the earlier motion of the Commission to confirm the ad interim appointments of the aforementioned 86 general and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, I see a lot of familiar faces. One of them is Colonel Vigno, who was our battalion commander in Maramag, who took care of helping us fend off the insurgency there. It's now a very peaceful area. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Many of you have served in Bukidnon and in Mindanao. And as a Mindanaoan, I thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts that we are now experiencing a long period of peace. And as a matter of fact, if we continue with this peace, I surmise that we may have a double-digit growth rate in the very near future. Dahil talagang napakayaman ng natural resources ng Mindanao. Ang kailangan lang natin kapayapaan. And I thank you all for that. And I thank you all for your service to your country, to our flag and nation. Many of you, I know, face sometimes insurmountable odds, but you have it in you being members of the Marines, the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force to always look at the interests of the country above all else, sacrificing even your lives. Kaya sa lahat ng commission appointments, hearings, I always thank you all from the bottom of our hearts for the service that you give to your country. We are celebrating, or we are enjoying these democracies that we are having here today as members of both the Senate and the House of Representatives, and the freedoms that we enjoy in our daily lives because of the sacrifices that you all make. Kaya mabuhay po kayong lahat. And without further ado, the ad interim appointment of the 86 general and senior officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, I hereby confirm. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen of the military.
Mr. Chair, there being no other matters to discuss, I move to adjourn.
Before I do that, Your Honor, may I just read a accomplishment report for the CA? I think we'll all be proud of this accomplishment report. Since many of you are absent from your Senate or your House sessions, it's good that they hear what we have done, and that is why sometimes you're either late or absent. Before we adjourn, I'd just like to thank you, my dear colleagues, for a very productive first regular session of the 19th Congress of the Commission on Appointments. Sa ating mga kapatid sa House of Representatives, maraming salamat sa inyong hard work at dedication na binibigay nyo sa Commission Appointments. I'm happy to report here today that we have confirmed a total of 597 nominations and appointments. Let me repeat, 597 nominations and appointments. Of this number, 20 are cabinet secretaries, 452 are officers of the Armed Forces of the Philippines, 119 are officials of the Department of Foreign Affairs, and one is from the JBC, and 5 are from the constitutional commissions. In comparison, ladies and gentlemen, in the same period last year, we only confirmed 328 during the 18th Congress, and 218 were confirmed during the 17th Congress. Sa sobrang sipag po ninyong lahat, palagi pong naapektuhan ang schedule ng session dito sa Senado. Hindi ko sinulat yan. Stop ko yan. Kaya muli, maraming salamat po sa maayos nating nagampanan ang ating mga tungkulin bilang tagasuri ng mga appointees at nominees ng isinilang dito sa Commission on Appointments. Kaya mabuhay po ang Commission on Appointments. Mabuhay po tayong lahat. Thank you very much. So without further ado, there's a motion with no objection. The session is hereby adjourned for this first regular session of Congress. Maraming salamat po.